Vincent.
Plaquemine Parish Government Council Budget Hearing 2024 is now called to order. We'll have roll call. Let the record reflect that all 9 council members are present. We'll start with an opening prayer with Reverend Edwards and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Carl, I'd also like to keep Danny Spears in our prayers today. The young man passed away.
For the sheriff department?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, gracious and eternal God, we thank you for your traveling grace that brought us to this special occasion, to God. We pray for the God for our brother, the God, our deceased brother David, and bless the family and bless the sheriff department. But God, as we come to take care of the business people, to God, as we come for this budget hearing, to God, let us be merciful, God. Let us think about all the citizens and all the workers in the parish, to God, that what we do, to God, not be guided by our personal need, but for the needs and the care of all of our employees, to God. And that what we do, to God, will bring joy to them, to God. But as antagonistic among us, remove, to God. And everything we do will bring glory and honor to you and a blessing to all our employees in every department. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everybody here today. And before we begin, I would like to ask the parish president if he will have an opening statement.
Basically, just want to say thank all of you.
Please, in the mic.
I want to thank y'all who worked with us through this budget here, through the meetings, and Finance Department, Rochelle and Kim. It was a great effort, and what we have here today is required by law. It's a balanced budget. Our expenditures are, our revenues are more than our expenditures, and thank God for that there. So here we go.
I didn't hear the part, our revenues what?
Our revenues exceed our expenditures.
Okay, we'll move to item 1, please.
Review fund balance reports. A, proposed amended through 11/9/23 council meeting.
In your first tab, the first white tab, summary by year fund balance, we put 2 new reports in your books this morning, an orange and a blue set of copies. If y'all could turn to the blue. The blue said,
Blue pages you mean, right?
yes.
Okay.
The blue set is through the last council meeting, the current fund balances. The council meeting y'all just had last Thursday. As you can see, we'll go over the fund balances really quick. Infrastructure, y'all have 177,000. Emergencies, 9.6 million. Self-insurance, 3,050,000. Bond indebtedness is capped at 10 million. Surplus is 895,000. FEMA projects is $1 million. FEMA revenue is 24 million, and the unreserved undesignated as of right now is 2,044,000. Now, if y'all go to the orange pages, this will reflect any changes that are proposed in this budget. And as you can see, with some proposed permitting fees, infrastructure goes up to 332. Everything else stays the same, but we are starting today with the unreserved undesignated at 2.3 million.
332 or 232?
2.3? Oh,
Infrastructure.
332, I'm sorry.
The book has 232.
Well, the 100,000 that was voted on
Oh, that's not taken out of here. This is the wrong set, yeah. It's 232, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're looking.
All right, but
I PDF'd the wrong version before the last meeting, sorry.
I don't see the amount what you're saying on my page unless I'm.
Okay, go to the bottom section under designated,
I have two.
232, that's the correct number. I
That's-
took
that's what it should be.
100,000 out at the last council meeting.
That includes the 100,000 that we took?
Huh?
That includes the 100,000 that we took for?
Yes, and then it got increased by 55,000 in permitting fees that are proposed.
And then what's,
And the unreserved and designated is really 2,046,000 that we are starting with today.
okay.
I don't know what version this is. One of those versions along the way. Y'all have any questions?
2046, gotcha.
So where y'all gonna start at today and from where y'all gonna start doing amendments will be the $2 million. And we have a bunch of proposed amendments to go through later. If y'all don't have any questions on this, I'd like to jump to Mr. Elston, because that is our all consultant. Do y'all mind?
No.
Okay. I emailed y'all last week a report that he sent, like Thursday afternoon. And in this book, the proposed oil is budgeted at $83 a barrel and gas at $3.20. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, hold on, could you say that again?
Oil is proposed at $83 a barrel and gas at $3.20.
The third bullet part.
Oh, I'm in
It's
the,
in the supplemental section. You wanna put it on
I'm gonna
the
put it on the screen for y'all.
What was it last year for budget?
The dark yellow tab. $80.
80 and 525 gas.
So even though the price went up a little bit, the overall projection is down because we just don't have the.
Production.
Production.
Right.
This is the wrong book. I had both books open.
Michelle, where that's at.
It's gonna be
that
the
you have
second
up-
page in the supplemental section.
The orange, yellowy looking tab toward the back. Goldish. That color?
Got the yellow tab and behind that is
Go to the second page in that section.
the fund balance, what I'm looking at.
Supplemental tab.
Go to the back.
There you go.
Thank you, Donna.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. There's two parameters to setting the budget, as we all probably know. It's production and pricing. As far as production, I receive all the production from the parish. I have a good record of the production from past history. As if you all have this 4-page handout, you can see the oil production and gas production, the rate time plots on the last 2 pages of the handout. The fourth page is the oil, and the last page is the gas, and that's just the historical production of the parish. And as you can see through time, the colors represent different operators. Early on, there are multiple operators, and we're basically down to 2 operators, the blue and the gray, as you can see in the 2024 timeframe and 23 as well. So a lot of that is Hillcore, which is the blue part, the blue underneath. they've absorbed a lot of those smaller operators and production from the parish. So that kind of got absorbed into that. But I guess what I'm saying is we have a good handle on production, and it's always the price that's what your best guess is for price next year. And the way that we do it is I talk to the Revenue Estimating Committee in Baton Rouge and find out what the state is using for their number. And their last meeting was in May, so that's not very current. And what the person I'm talking to there said that they will have a meeting in December, in a month from now, and reset the oil price. The state right now is running at $73.48 a barrel. And the new meeting next month, he's told me that they're going to range between $80 and $84 to set their budget for 2024, between 80 and 84. So our budget is set right now at $83, so that's kind of within their range. And the other entity that I gather information from is the federal United States, Energy Information Agency, the EIA, and that you can see that plot on the second page of this little handout. That's their plot, and if you look to the right in 2024, you can see the little blue line. That's their forecast, and it's stated at the bottom of that page, and I've highlighted it in yellow at the bottom. And the forecast for their oil will increase from an average of 90 per barrel in the first quarter to the fourth quarter of 93 for 2024. So from our perspective, we're in a conservative position as far as we're at 83 and they're projecting their oil at 93. So that's the two entities that and then the gas is the same, but the parish gas production is very low, and it's a very small percentage of the total. So with those numbers, the budget for 2024 for oil and gas is $4.58 million. And then you add to that the state 10% royalties, which is projected at $4.98 million for a total of $9.56 million oil and gas budget to the parish in 2024. Do y'all have any questions or?
Yes, I, if I may,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. You say we had two operators. You mentioned Hillcoat. What's the other operator?
It's a TPIC, which is Texas Petroleum Investment Corporation.
And so when I look at this page where it says parish land,
Parish.
what all that include? Because I was looking at, I know you have Grand Prairie and you have different groups. I thought, do you have it broke down of what you get from each area? Is the way you can know how much you get from each area that deals with oil and gas in the parish? Do you all have a breakdown to show what each group
Yes.
give? Okay, that's what you're putting them
Turn
now.
to the next page, and you'll see that information where it's broken down by levy district.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
I guess my other question would be, is that what's being proposed and what actual? Because I was always taught that you can't go by what projected because it ever happened, but you have to go by what exists.
Well, I'm using what exists so I look at the production from the previous year and kind of carry that forward. And you have to make the best guess scenario of price to apply to the production to give you a number for the best guess for your budget. And I use I look at the state and then the federal arm and make my best guess. And if you all decide to vote to change that, I can give you a good number for dollars down the road if that may happen.
Thank you, sir.
Just the state 10%, does everybody that's the state lease production around the parish that the state, 10% of those dollars go to the parish. That's what that $4.98 million is.
So from the 23 budget to the 24, our royalties have decreased 2.5 million. We had 12 million budgeted for 23, and we have 9.5 for 24. And it's due to production, the decrease.
Okay. Ms. McCarty?
Let me just write that note for a second.
Listen, we're gonna have all mics live, so if anybody want to participate in a question, all mics will be live. As long as we behave and control ourselves, all mics will be live.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Scott Elston?
Scott. You mentioned that we are being conservative and estimating that the price will be $83 per barrel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that U.S. Energy Information, EIA, is estimating that it's going to be 93. So the difference, we're conservative, but do you know what I guess I was wondering what the performance is of EIA in the past. How likely are we to reach that extra $10 difference? And do you know what that amount would be if we were to reach that?
Yeah, that's a good question. There is a plot, do they have the differential
Have that.
plot?
It's the yellow page. If you just turn in the same section, it's a yellow page, and this shows you the difference if you were to adjust the price by $1, what difference that would make in either direction.
And gas as well. It goes up
Yes.
and down that way as well.
Okay, so I think you're talking about the page that, oh, okay, I see it up here. And it goes up by $4.95? Is that correct? Oh, no, I see it down, okay, going down.
So if you look in the middle of the page, oil is on this side, right? So you see $83, that's where we are now. If you go straight across, zero, that's where we are. If you decide to, go up to $82, or go down to $82, that would be
Yeah.
a negative 113,000.
So a dollar increase or decrease is 113,000 differential.
So it's really not as much now as when we had a lot of production. I was looking at
Right.
reports from years past, and $1 would make,
Right.
hundreds of thousands of dollars difference. So
Right.
that's the difference you would be looking at if the oil price changes.
All closed at, what, $73 yesterday? 74?
Yeah, right now it's, WTI is at 77. Yeah. And it went down last week because of China. Their economy's slowing down, their inventories are higher, and they're less importing, so the estimators change things. It spikes as things get heated up more in the Middle East. We're going to see a spike probably in the oil price.
Can we possibly get a quarterly update on whether it's going up or down so that we know what additional revenue we might have?
Yeah, we do.
Sure.
I keep a report when we receive, the collections. I keep a report that tracks it, so we see where we are actual to projected. So I can always send that to you at any time.
Perfect. Thank you. I yield.
If y'all have more questions, my number's at the top of this page. You can call me in anytime, and I'll try to answer you or give you information you might need.
Any more comments from the table? We'll move.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
You're welcome.
Thank
You're welcome.
You have one?
Comments from the audience? Mr. Lee?
Arthur Henry Belchase. Mr. Elson, you've been doing this for a long time here. Been seeing you many years here.
Yeah.
And over the years, in your expert opinion, could you tell the people the doom or the glory of this situation with the oil?
Well,
'Cause the people in the parish got to be able to understand this.
Yeah.
You
Well, to maybe answer your question, early on production was by major operators, and they've just got to smaller companies, and there are basically two companies left. The major oil production and the mature fields in the parish are have kind of declining. They're really not doing a lot of drilling, but there is some drilling. I know of 3 wells that are going to be drilled next year, but they might it might not be a part of the parish property. So, I mean, there's still activity out there and development, but it's more workovers and recompletions that they're doing. So I guess maybe to answer your question, the production's just declining. The major fields are declining, and there was an increase when 3D seismic was coming about, and that increased the production in the parish, and that has dwindled down as well. So
My last question is more or less, the oil and the gas is no longer a major revenue source for the government, and people need to understand that.
that's
No longer going to be a major source of revenue for the government.
yeah, I agree with that.
Right, our collections were at one point, 47 million,
Yeah.
and now we're aiming for 9. So.
Any more comments from the audience? Table? Administration? We'll move to the next item.
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Current amended through 11/9/23 council meeting.
We did that already.
2 fund balance designations.
We pretty much covered that too.
3 revenues.
The green tab, right past the goldish color, is revenues. And we'll start with this chart that we do, and this just shows you the percentage of the revenue collections from what major sources that we have now. The biggest section, 33%, is now sales tax. So sales tax is now 33% of our revenue budget. And oil is now, where's the royalties?
10.4. The blue,
Yeah, but
10.41.
royalties were separate.
Top one.
Oh,
No,
the gray.
it's not. It's 10%. Yeah, royalties is the green. No, gray. So oil is still about 20% because that's this blue section and gray section between the two. But they used to be, like he said, our primary source of revenue. And it's no longer. Also, we made this little report just to show, yes, sales taxes have increased substantially. This year, the budget's at 14.4 million. Interest has drastically went up with the interest rates right now. So interest is budgeted at, the increase is 2.7. Port interagency fees, y'all supposed to change the percentages, so that increased. But oil and gas decreased 2.5 million. We will no longer receive the American Rescue Tribal Grant, so that decreased our revenues 3.9. The GOMESA grant decreased 550, and ambulance fees decreased 330. So really, your revenues pretty much stayed the same as 23, even though we have this substantial increase in sales tax revenues. So that's why your budgets are pretty much, the expenditure budgets pretty much remained the same throughout the book. But the revenue detail, or the white pages in that section, As you can see, ad valorem taxes pretty much stayed the same at 3.6. Only a $74,000 increase. We increased.
I missed the last part of your statement about the 74. Okay.
Right here is an increase, decrease column. It will show you what the increase or decrease over 23 is. Sales tax, we have budgeted at 15, which was a $4.4 million increase. And that's being conservative too, we believe. We kind of averaged out the months for this year, and it may be more than this, we don't know. Here you can see the removal of the American Rescue Act funds. And this is a $2.5 million decrease for the oil and gas and the royalty. And here's the interest increase. Interest was really a savior this year, that it increased so much. When y'all reviewed the book, did y'all have any questions on any specific revenues? Do y'all want to review them fund by fund, or y'all okay? Y'all are good?
That's pretty much the summary, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you highlighted the major
Yeah.
changes in that summary sheet.
I think next is manpower. That's the green tab toward the front of the book. Or is it 5 years next? Which one's next, Crystal?
Manpower.
Manpower? On the first page is a summary sheet of just the amendments. If you go to the next page, administration proposed to combine the maintenance and the buildings department. So this is just showing transferring those positions that were in the maintenance department to the buildings department. Any questions on that?
Yes, on manpower.
Uh-huh.
Did we increase our drivers for solid waste out? Because we running with, some of our trucks, drivers was eliminated, and we getting to the point where we need some more help.
$9,125 is starting pay with the increase.
No, but I was talking about increase in.
You're talking about positions.
Oh, the number,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, we're tweaking the positions to make sure they have exactly what they need going into '24.
So you're anticipating on hiring more?
We're anticipating on filling open positions they have.
Okay. How many open position we have now?
Hold on.
On the drivers,
Yes.
there was, you talking about South, correct?
Right.
South, I think, is 3.
You're unfunded, two driver
Right.
positions.
We unfunded because there was so many open positions everywhere. And once we establish what the manpower should be, we're going to go back and revisit. And we may remove some from another department that will help put one somewhere back that's been unfunded. What we got to figure out is if you only run a certain number of trucks, you need a certain amount of employees. Right now, some of the departments are a little bit spoiled. They just want to have a whole bunch of employees and just use them for a little bit of everything. We want to be a little bit more specific so that we can be a little more efficient and perform better that way.
Aren't we accumulating a lot of overtime with our employees that we have?
Not in that department,
No?
no.
The next page are the positions that were unbudgeted in this book. The first one was the interim employee training position. If we have somebody that retires this year that we need to hire somebody to train with them for several months, we'll just come back to y'all. The buildings department, master AC mechanic and master electrician, we just took this funding and included it in professional services. You really cannot fill these positions, so you're gonna have to hire an outside company.
Why weren't we able to fill the positions?
The starting pay still is too low for these trades. They just don't get any applicants.
Do we have enough work? If we were able to fire somebody qualified, that we could visit?
I'll let Jeff answer that.
ACs break down every day.
There's more than enough work. It's just the current pay has not attracted any applicants at all. I'm sorry?
These are master.
Right, these are master positions. There's plenty enough work.
You all can request a job study be done for just those two specific positions through civil service, but civil service would have to do that and have to have their budget to do a study for those two positions.
Would it be cheaper to hire someone or to keep on outsourcing it?
A lot of times you'll find it can be cheaper to just come in and say, hey, what is it going to cost to get this AC fixed? Because now that's a fixed price right there. So you're not going to be hit with any kind of, additional expenses and all. And even if we come in with a study, I can almost bet, look, I've sat where you guys are today, 15, 16 years ago, went through these studies, didn't work. The salary increased. It increased, and I think 3 or 4 times we've had these studies. Certain positions are just not going to be in government, are not going to be elevated to where we can even compete to hire someone from the outside. The only way that this position right here will be, will have this position in parish government is if that individual started when they were first out of school and they evolved into this and they live this lifestyle and they appreciate the fact that, there are certain benefits to working for government, the holidays, the insurances and all. But to bring anyone from the private sector, it's almost impossible. If we had an individual that said retired, that would want to come back and go to work, that could be the potential employee, but he or she is not out there.
So, Keith, if that second scenario were to happen, just out of curiosity, are we able to buy parts on a government contract cheaper than what a company would upcharge us for?
Yes, there are opportunities out there that allow us to buy parts at a government price.
While we on this subject, did we get the AC taken care of over there at Post Alpha YMCA? Because the elderly people was freezing over there.
I'll get an update, but I know he went out there the last time I spoke with you. I don't know if that was Wednesday or Thursday.
Mr. Lewis, you know anything about it? Could you please come talk to the at the mic? Because they told me they was running 4-5 heaters in there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how you want me to address.
Name and your address?
I'm sorry. My name is David Lewis. I am the executive director for the Plaquemines Council on Aging, where we have, as the chairman said, we have a center in the YMCA in Port Sulphur, the building here in Belchase, the P.V. Griffin building in Davant, and a small building in Plaquemines, all in Bouville. As it relates to the air-conditioned heating system in Port Sulphur. I know several of the seniors talked to the chairman about it, but it seemed like over the years, since I've been back 7, 8 years, that system during the summer, it has cooling problems, and during the winter, it has heating problems. And I would give the maintenance department good credit for addressing it each time that it happens, but the next year it would develop again. So to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, last week when you came over, it was addressed, but I didn't go down there Friday, so I think we're still having some concerns down in Port Sulphur, but I'm not absolutely positive about that.
You choosing them words. Choosing them words. Mr. DeMarco, you know if that system have a series of louvers in there where, because when I noticed on one side of the building it was real cold where the Council on Aging is, but however where the center part, where the community center part, it wasn't as cold as, you know, if there's a series of louvers.
I don't know the specific mechanics, so I'd be lying if I told you I knew the specific mechanics of the system. But I could get that answer for you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, as it relates to what you just stated, it appears that the building has two separate units, because you can walk, my office is on the east side. You can walk from my office to the west side where the seniors are, and I assure you it's about 15, 20, 30 degrees difference.
Wow.
Yeah. Based on what type of, what time of the year, based on what time of the day. So it appears to me, and by no means am I expert on it, but it appears to me there are two separate units in that building.
Yeah.
And just as a comment that Mr. Chairman said, one of the things that is real passionate to me, because I'm up there too, is my seniors, and they come out there because this is what they want to do, and they want to be with their fellow seniors. And they tell me every day, if it's during the winter, how cold they are. If it's during the summer, how hot they are. So anything that can be done to alleviate that would be highly, highly appreciated.
And can I address that too?
Yeah, go ahead.
I used to manage the Port Sulphur YMCA, and I used to manage the Reverend Griffin YMCA, and I could never understand the system. And I was told that the system is not even operated in the building, it's somewhere else. I was just talking to the AC man at the Reverend Griffin Center about 2 weeks ago when he came, and he said he'd correct the problem. He said, but the temperature is controlled by somebody else, not even in the event. So I've been confused by those buildings. At the cold house right now, when it's hot out, when it's cold outside, the air condition is freezing everybody. I don't know what system we have, but it's not I thought it was addressed because I was at the YMCA was 6, 7 years ago, and when I came back to the building, I find the same problem, or when it's cold outside, it's still cold inside the building instead of heating. At the cold house right now, that system is in place. So we need to change our air conditioned unit in all the buildings because it's obvious the system in itself is a crazy system. I thought it was a central unit where it could be controlled in the building, but my understanding they're not being controlled in the building. And I understand Electric Code had a similar system where somebody else controlled the temperature. So the guy told me just last week, when I asked him the question, he said, well, I did my part. He said, but the control of the temperature to get your heat in, it's got to come from somewhere else. And I don't have nothing to do with it. So I'm still trying to figure out these systems. And so when they were talking about bringing in a master AC, I totally agree. We have somebody on that wouldn't work if our system doesn't allow for it to happen. So I just think we got to come up with a better system where everything can be controlled at the building. That is not happening from my understanding.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one final comment. In conjunction with what he said, I was told the same thing. I was told it was operated out of either Indiana or Ohio or somewhere when I approached it several years ago. And to verify whether that's accurate or not, I don't know, but that's what I was told as well.
I have no knowledge of those two buildings being operated anywhere other than inside the building. I do have control over some buildings on this campus and the courthouse, but those two buildings in particular, as far as I know, they are controlled inside the building. You and I, us three, can meet on separate times with our AC guy at the buildings to get this straight. We'll set that up sometime today or tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
The next two departments, solid waste, District 1 and District 2, these positions were unfunded due to their revenues from the ad valorem were not enough to cover all their expenditures. So I do have an amendment to add these, to fund these positions again, because they have like a $4 million unreserved and designated. It was just their revenues from the ad valorem and their fees were not enough to cover all the expenditures that they requested. Huh?
Solid waste.
Solid waste, District 1 and 2. The libraries, those positions will not be funded. They will remain unfunded in '24. Same issue, their revenues from the ad valorem is not enough anymore to cover all of their expenses. And I also understand they don't need these two, to operate. So we are eliminating these two positions in the library department. From what I understand. Crystal, they're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to discuss the possibility of us doing a CEA with Jefferson Parish for libraries.
Okay.
Because Orleans and Jefferson can go to each library.
Okay.
Thank you.
The
And
next,
back to solid waste. I just want to make sure that the cards that being clocked in, that the people are actually there.
Time cards punched?
Yes. I'm getting a report that time card is being clocked and the worker's not there. I'm just throwing that out.
Okay.
All right? We'll move.
the purple page.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reverend Evans. I see you keyed in.
Oh, no, I'm sorry if I'm keyed in, I didn't know.
Okay.
The next page are deleted positions. They will no longer appear on the manpower, but these were positions that were already unfunded in '23. So we're just basically cleaning up the manpower to remove them.
And these positions that were deleted, those positions are not needed.
They are currently unfunded. They cannot be filled.
I have a question on one of them.
Which one?
The director, the part about director of recreation. I know that we brought in a new recreation person, and they're trying to reorganize.
This was the person in recreation now is the superintendent. This was the unclassified director of recreation.
Okay, and only reason I'm asking, and because I think they're trying to organize that recreation thing, so I'm wondering, is it wise to eliminate that, keep that for what they need to do for the organization structure to make it work? Because I know right now they're doing a lot of stuff right now, and I'm just wondering, was this the time if you're trying to put that
To be honest,
recreation,
if
create a
I
recreation
had
program, would you eliminate it or really look at how it could be used to enhance the recreation
If that
program?
proposition passes, we're going to have to fund that position anyway, so we can do an ordinance at that time to create and fund that position, because you're going to have to fund it for '24.
This is a position that we can come back and address in the future here.
I just don't want the money to go.
Oh, there's no money here.
And lose.
There are no monies. These are just positions.
Testing? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so you're just cleaning up right now, stuff that's on there shouldn't even be on there. Okay, I'm sorry. So everywhere we see unbudgeted, you just cleaning up.
Yes.
Okay.
Arthur Henry Belchase. On the point about the director for recreation, I just want to publicly say the parish did my nephew wrong. I'm gonna leave it like that. I gotta say it.
They leave it on.
Can we move on?
Yeah.
And that's the 2 pages of purple. They were all the unfunded positions in 23 that we're just deleting. Still too far away?
I'm sorry, where we at on Rochelle?
We're going to go to the yellow page. Salary changes. These are included in the budget. Minor increases for the directors in the legal department.
These are things that's being proposed, right?
These are included in the budget book. They're proposed.
That's what I'm saying, that's proposed.
And then the next page are positions that were requested that are not included in the budget book, which most of these have changed since the budget book was handed out.
You're talking about the colonel and the economic
Yes.
development?
Right. Like the coroner now has changed his mind on some positions that he requested. He wants, what they call that position? Deputy coroner? Yeah. So in this manpower,
Before you go back, I'm trying to understand this part at the bottom of the page. It say the individual proposed salary do not include the 2023 adjustment, and the adjustment will be implemented in November 2023.
where I was going.
Okay.
In this manpower, the raises that y'all passed that are actually gonna be on this payroll, they were effective October 31st. This book was handed out on October 26th. So we could not include the raises that y'all passed for 23. They are budgeted in this book. I just did some lump sum in each financial administration department in each fund to where we could say they were funded, but we could not show it in the manpower. They were not implemented in time. This manpower also includes the merit and the 3% cost of living for 24 is included.
I'm really confused over this piece in a number of ways, because it seemed like to me this is separate from what we did for all employees, right? We're doing something different here, because I'm looking at the percentage here, and I thought we was looking at the 5% we did was supposed to go across the board, but here it looked like we're doing something different, unless I'm confused.
What are you looking at?
That we added much more than we saying we was giving all employees. We're supposed to be doing a 5% across the board, but it look like, but I'm looking at here, it's much more than 5%. And on the yellow page,
The yellow page?
for the organization manpower structure.
This isn't a basic percentage on some of them. The directors are 5%. Legal, I think he just proposed to bring them up to the average salaries.
Sorry, say that again?
Legal, I think he proposed to bring his attorneys up to, I think the average in surrounding areas is 108. And he's still below that from what he's proposing.
on the salary change for legal, are those guys only doing parish business, or they could go out and do the extra business too? Are they only supposed to do parish business, or just themselves,
I think he's asking, can he have a part-time job?
like other clients?
The ordinance that was passed in the beginning of Mr. Lepine's first year in office, the agreement was that the attorneys work a minimum of 2,080 hours a year, which is a full-time gig, but it does not prohibit them from accepting private clients on their personal time. So that's the current rule.
Okay. Well, that's too high. That's too much money.
And I can tell you this, Mr. Henry, that these guys work above and beyond that 2,080 hours a week, because just this year alone, we've been working on weekends and late in the evenings here, and they never fail. When I call them, we're talking 8, 9 o'clock at night, and when we need to get together and need to get contracts solidified, it doesn't matter what day of the week it is, they do come in, and we're here on Saturdays and Sundays taking care of the parish's business there.
I can say the same thing for other employees that work for them.
And I will say I have no private clients. Mr. Cooley, to my knowledge, has no private clients. Mr. Bill has a few clients here and there, very minimal. I'd be shocked if his client list extended to more than 5 to 10 people. And Mr. Tuesday has some clients. However, he partners with other attorneys who assist him in his private practice. So,
And it's hard for me to stand up and believe the parish is getting less and less money, but we're paying lawyers more and more. That's a picture that I can't understand. Maybe the people could understand it.
and the other thing I'll say is that I'm actually, in the last 4 years, I saved the parish approximately $700,000 each fiscal year by bringing in a lot of cases that were previously held by outside counsel that's now housed inside. So my predecessors would spend about $1 million to $1.2 million a year on operating budgets in any given year. If you look at my expenditures over the last 4 years, they average about $300,000 to $350,000. That's a $700,000 a year savings to the parish. And so these $5,000 raises we're talking about from our folks, compared to the $3 million I've saved the parish, I think it's duly deserved. And to the extent that the legal department and myself have advocated for the classified service, I think it's only fair that we treat the unclassified service just as well.
Oh, really, you talk a good game. But man, look, let's be real here. They don't deserve that much of a change. That's too much money, man.
Mr. Henry, for people who have your opinion, I'd like to mention that if I go out and hire an attorney, it's going to cost me easily between $300 and $400 an hour. And these gentlemen are not being paid that much. And in their lifetime, they have to set aside at least 7 years plus clerking time where they're not paid. And then they have to pay to go to school. So that's why there's a difference. We are actually saving money by having in-counsel attorneys.
We just had that conversation about the master mechanic and master electrician. Same principle here. Same principle here. Same principle. You're not saving no money. You told people you are, but actuality, they're making more.
I would like, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I would like to really see, reading it up early, what other people are doing in other parish, for our sizes, and look at that as a comparison for me. Just for me. So I haven't taken, just so you clear, I haven't taken a yea or nay position on it, but I would like to see what the other parish is doing. I want to commend you in terms of, as you say, looking at past administration, how much of money you save. I was glad to hear that. I didn't know that, and I probably need some more. I'm of the opinion right now. I think it's kind of high, but I'm not saying that I'm swayed yet. So I would just, me personally, would like to see that comparison with other parishes and what they're paying the attorney, just for me. I can't speak for the other council.
Reverend Edwards, I don't compare Plaquemines Parish to any other parish. Plaquemines Parish is very unique in its own. We are first hit with any type of tropical storm, hurricanes. We are working with FEMA-related projects that go back to Katrina right now. We're still working with Isaac programs, IDA programs. And as far as levees are concerned, we have 250 miles of levees that we deal with. The next jurisdiction in the state of Louisiana has 90 miles of levees. So Plaquemines Parish is very unique when it comes to a parish in the state of Louisiana. So I stand tall and strong and for Plaquemines Parish. And what we're asking for on these attorneys is we're not asking for what the high end of the average is of counties from the coast of Mississippi and the surrounding parishes. I think the average was, what, $108,000, and we're looking...
I think it was 112, 114.
112, 114, and we're looking for 108. So there's the average of the surrounding parishes. But again, I truly believe that Plaquemines Parish is very unique in its own right here. And look, I would love for us all to elevate Plaquemines Parish in the future to where the rest of the parishes in the state of Louisiana, they look at Plaquemines Parish and they want to use us as the standards.
I was just going to point out, looking at legal services department in whole, compared to last year's budget, Ms. Burris has cut the proposed budget $1.1 million compared to last year. Now, there's other things like bringing it in-house that he talked about, $700,000. He's cut that way down, but overall, he's being responsible with his department. That's all I'm going to say.
We'll move forward.
And back to what I was saying about the 23 raises being budgeted, on this summary page, you can see that the total of those raises were 2.6 million. That is what is currently budgeted in the 515 departments. We'll do an amendment after a while to move it out the 515 departments and into the individual departments. Your total manpower costs budgeted for 24 is 31,881,000. Do y'all want to go through it? Are y'all okay with the summary, or we have amendments? Do y'all want to review the amendments for the manpower right now?
What is the wishes of the board? Let's go.
The amendments? Okay.
What color code are they in?
Y'all, this is not actually in the book. This is what was requested. It'll be on y'all screen
Okay.
after the books were handed out. The first amendment we had was from Judge Division B. They were requesting 2 minute clerks. The DA is requesting some salary increases for his ADAs. They range from 21,000 to 32,000.
Increase?
There is,
We take them one at a time and vote, or are you going to give us?
I was just thinking that. Do y'all want to vote or do y'all want to review them? Y'all want to vote
I
now?
definitely want to review it myself.
Talk about one and then y'all vote?
Talk about it.
And on
I don't know if I'm ready to
screen-
vote. I just,
On our screen is so small, we would really like to have it print up so we could see it.
Well, we can review them at lunch. I'll print them out for y'all,
Okay?
and then y'all can review them quick, See if I can make this bigger for y'all.
And are they going to come and speak on behalf of it?
The DA can be here after lunch.
All these departments are more than willing to come in and discuss
Well, I think we need to hear from them.
If we could set up a time or a tentative.
After lunch?
Yeah. I mean, if you could kind of give them an idea, like at 1, 2, 3, or you know.
Dr. Gouy said bring them at 2.
They're gonna be late anyway.
All right. Tell them 1.
Economic Development, they would like to fund a director.
Excuse me?
Economic Development, they would like to fund a director.
Is that the one on, okay. I see.
And an administrative assistant.
Well, can we, look, I have to be leaving here in either 15 minutes or 45 minutes. I've got a meeting with the head of FEMA, the director of FEMA. So on this position here, I think we've had conversations about the Director of Economic Development. If we could, we can eliminate the executive assistant or the assistant for the director. But the 85, I'd like to be able to bump that salary to 100 and just leave it at that right there. Okay, all right. So if you have any questions on that, I mean, if you want to ask me now, or we can talk about that now.
I have some questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Because I'm trying, is this the same position that Espedrom had?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the money was in there. So any change in it since Espedrom is here at the same rate, or you acting for
We're probably
increase?
bumping it up.
I'm sorry?
We're probably increasing the salary. I don't know what Mr. Espedron's salary was, but I can tell you it wasn't 85 and it wasn't 100.
You know what it was, Rochelle? Could you find it out for us?
It was in the 80s.
I mean, I agree with you that if we're going to move forward in the parish, we need to really have somebody serious about economic development, and I know you created this economic development board. I think would be good. I just want to get some understanding about the salary and the responsibility of that person.
Right. Well, and that's what we're creating right now with this economic development board. And we're not finished with that process.
Could you have a job description for us now? You know what I mean? You're
We're working through that process, and this is what that economic development task force is in the process of doing right here. And I also know that Shanta has been talking to you about bringing you on board with it as well. So,
Do we know what the qualifications of the person will be? What kind of person you're looking for?
well, we're looking for a person who is focused on economic development. That's that marketing person.
At 100,000, that's me.
So their background's going to be an undergrad, a graduate? I'm just in business?
Well, we have to take a look. $100,000 is entry level. Okay. So
Yeah.
we have to see what you can get for $100,000. It's not going to be a seasoned economic development person. It's probably going to be someone who may have held the position in a firm. We are probably going to be a stepping stone for this person to begin with. And until we increase that salary in the future, when we do have the economic development department rolling in full force and being a powerful person throughout the state of Louisiana, throughout the country, really bringing in business in the Plaquemines Parish, we will be this entry-level position here. Just have to be a realist. We have to understand 64.3 was Mr. Espedron's. And now it's my understanding Mr. Espedron is doing pretty good in St. Tammany Parish. Again, we were a stepping stone.
Okay. Are they all here?
Ms. Morrell. Ms. Morrell, I have a question. Ms. Morrell, I have a question. So the packet we had got last week from you guys with the amendments, I see there's some changes. Are you going to give?
Constantly changing.
Do you have copies for us, or are we just going to work off the screen?
I can email it to Kim. That's what he just came to tell me, and she,
We still on economic development?
yes.
Yeah, economic development. Yeah, because it's a change in the proposed that we had on the amendment that we had when we came to meet. So,
Yeah, the packet that we gave you was just like a draft, what we had at the time.
I understand, and yeah, it's fine if we're gonna work off the screen, I just want to know which way we're gonna go. Thank you.
No, I just asked her, send it to Kim where we can print current stuff.
Great minds think alike. First
You just what?
Great minds.
Rochelle's gonna send it to Kim, and she's gonna print it, the current information, that way we can have it in hand instead of looking at the screen. Well, for all the amendments.
I have to, because
That way we can have paper.
it's how hard to print though, only through. Through that tab. Sorry, the capital improvements tab, Cypress. Being sent now.
While we're waiting, can I ask Mr. President another question?
Yes.
So one of the things, just going back to Patty question about the person qualification, but one of the things you rely upon is the Greater New Orleans also assisting with their expertise in experience. The other thing is this would be a classified, unclassified position.
This is unclassified.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too noisy.
Mr. Henry?
Yes. Since this director's going to be a entry position, 85 is good for me. As him or she progress, tweak their salary, or let them prove their work. Let them prove their work.
You finished, Reverend?
Yeah, yes, I'm finished, sorry.
All right, the next amendment is the coroner. They are asking for a chief deputy coroner and to increase professional services.
Hold on, I'm trying to find that one.
It's on the screen.
Do we know what the professional services is for? I mean, I don't like that professional services, general.
Yeah, thank you for.
Do we have a representative from the coroner's office to justify what they're asking for? Do we have anybody here?
Professional services.
Have the DA and the judges.
So what is professional service?
36,000.
Yeah, if he wants it, he needs to be here. We have a talk.
We have the district attorney's office and the judge's staff is here to answer any questions related to their departments.
Do y'all want to go back to the,
Well, no, I'm just letting y'all know who's here. I mean, I'm not saying we go out of order or anything, but
all right, they're contacting the coroner. Emergency preparedness. There's a grant that we receive for the salary of the EOC director. That is going to be increased for -- so they propose to give the EOC director a 5% increase.
Yeah, let's get it printed up. So, Kim went
Is that
through
Mr.
print.
Henry?
Legal services is asking for an additional attorney, but they're going to take it from their operating to fund this attorney.
So, Ms. Toops is going to print up the amendments. And we have someone here from the DA office and the judges. I'm just asking. Okay, and who do we have here?
Michael Clement?
Okay. Okay. So, and Ms. Toops went to print up the amendments. So, if you would,
Y'all want to,
let's take a 10 minutes break.
all right, that's what I was just about to ask.
We'll return from our 10-minute recess.
Before, I want to thank you, Rochelle, for this. I can see this real good. The handout.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so before Mr. Hinckley has to leave for his meeting, he would like for y'all to vote on the economic development Director position. That's about 5 pages in. Huh?
Third one.
Okay, well, 2 didn't print. It's fine.
Do we have the job description for that?
It's fine.
We have to that?
No, we don't have a job description. You said you don't have a job description.
Huh?
Yeah, the judges. All right, well,
I'm looking for it.
Okay, Mr. Hinckley, President Hinckley. Your position for the Director of Economic Development position. You have one of these? You want to explain again?
Yeah, what we've done is we've eliminated the assistant's position, and we increased from 85 to 100 on the salary. Then with benefits, retirement and health, it comes up to 137,810.
I would like to entertain a motion for the position of Economic Development. We have a motion. No, I would like to entertain a motion. So we have a motion by Mr. Champagne. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Juritage. Any comments from the audience? From the table?
We're gonna,
Please key in.
it's live.
Miss-
Yes, we're going to take the funding from this from,
Reserve undesignated.
okay, thank you.
Any more comments from the table? Mr. Champagne?
Yeah, briefly, we've all recognized that we need to do something about focused economic development in this parish, and I think we've all spoke to the president a number of times in our individual meetings on how important this is. So I can't emphasize enough how important this is, and I hope that you all will support it. I yield.
And this is one of your campaign promises. I looked over your mail out this
It was
morning.
a lot of our campaign promises. Economic development is a big thing for Plaquemines Parish, right?
Mr. McCarty?
Having done this position before for economic development, I know that it's important to have someone in this position to fill out all of the forms that come from LED and then the inquiries from companies. If a company wants to come to Louisiana, they go to LED. LED sends a request to Plaquemines Parish and all the other parishes, and you have 1 week to fill out that form before that company decides where they're going to go, and they might leave the state. And that form would ask you how far is such and such land that qualifies from a certain population, a certain type of road, how much gas, how much electricity can that property handle. And it's a lot of work for receiving, for trying to get a major company to come here. So in addition to that type of work that LED is going to ask the economic developer to do, I'd like to personally ask that the economic developer concentrate on small businesses and help them. If we need some consortiums to help them get bids with the LNG plant, that would also be good for the smaller businesses. I yield. Thank you.
Reverend Edwards?
I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I just hope that, Mr. President, that you really seriously look at the position. Do you have somebody in mind already, or y'all?
I don't.
Okay, so that take in consideration all the needs so that we can make this right and it could set a precedent for what we really need to do. I'm not happy about the salary to start off with, because of something Mr. Hendricks said that I believe in is letting a person start off at a certain level, and then when they meet that expectation, really do it. But then I also understand sometimes, you got to have something out there to get the best too. So I'm going to still support it, but I just hope that we really seriously take this position real serious.
Mr. Newsom, you finished?
Yes, sir, I'm finished.
Mr. Champagne, you finished? Any comments from the audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Burris is here for the coroner, so y'all want to go to that one? It's the next page.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The coroner is the next page. It's not?
No, not on this packet.
It must have did every other page then.
For the coroner?
Did it change?
I don't know what it did. We couldn't get it to work right. It's up on screen.
Just do it on the screen.
It's backwards, Rochelle.
Huh?
It's backwards. I think.
It went to a project. They said to take it out and put the money to a project.
No.
It didn't change anything, did it change?
No, that stayed the same, huh?
We got the old one, then just use the old one.
Yeah. It's on
We
the
got to put
screen
that
right
on the screen
now.
because I still don't see what you're
It's
asking.
not on my screen. Oh.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Okay, that's the one. That's the second one.
This is what I should have did from the beginning.
Just do it from the screen.
Once they start coming out. I did 10. Because I don't know what that thing is. I didn't think it would do all this. Anthony, they want to know about the professional services,
I'm bringing page 32, 35.
the 36,000 professional services. That's what they want to know. We're going to go to that next. I took it off, but I don't care. Huh? We're just printing it there. I don't know what the copier did.
Sorry, y'all rolling over here.
Madam,
Is this a mistake?
What's
That's
65?
grants.
I don't know either. Because it's on-
Yeah, because I didn't put it,
They're printing it up right now.
we don't have a grant department. So it just must have defaulted to that. All right. Coroner, they are requesting funding for the deputy coroner and $36,000 in professional services.
And what are the professional services?
Is her mic up?
Sorry. What are the professional services? Just out of curiosity.
Is this thing on? Hey, good morning, Anthony Burris. Here for Dr. Wolfson. As most of you know, I spent 34 years working in a coroner's office, 18 here in Plaquemine, 16 in Jefferson. Dr. Wolfson ran unopposed and should normally have taken office in March of next year, but then Dr. Gambaluka, who was the coroner, resigned, wrote a letter of resignation, which, because Dr. Wolfson was the chief deputy coroner, then he took the place of Dr. Gambaluka in the interim. So he's the interim coroner till March. Then he becomes the elected coroner for the next 4 years. Dr. Wolfson asked me, because of my experience, to help him try to reorganize the office so that, unfortunately, in the last few years, under Dr. Gambaluka's leadership, there has not been a very good presence in the coroner's office nobody available in the office when phone calls were coming in. It was taking some amount of time to get paperwork for families and for funeral homes. And so Dr. Wolfson asked me if I would help him reorganize the office so that there would be somebody in the office and that there would be a presence and someone to be able to make sure the work gets done on behalf of the people in Plaquemines Parish. So two things in the budget that are a little bit out of the ordinary. One is under personal services for a chief deputy coroner. So by constitution and law in Louisiana, there should be a person with the title chief deputy coroner. And it's just for the reason that is Dr. Wolfson is now the coroner. If there becomes a vacancy in office, the Constitution mandates that the coroner, like the district attorney and the clerk of court and others, shall be succeeded by the chief deputy. The chief deputy coroner has to possess the same qualifications as the coroner, which in this case, the chief deputy would have to be a medical doctor like Dr. Wolfson. So Dr. Wolfson is of the impression that nobody should work for free. And so he wants to appoint a local physician to be the chief deputy coroner and has proposed to pay that person, I believe, $1,000 a month. The money that got put in for professional services, there's no other way to slice it. Dr. Wolfson would like for me to continue to help him with the office. In order to be able to do that, the only way I can do it is on a professional services contract.
That's a contradiction.
Then you are going to continue to organize the office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So my role would be to help him reorganize, to be at the office on a fairly regular basis with the young lady who is the, let's say, administrative assistant. Problem is she has a full-time job someplace else and is only doing it part-time. So I told Dr. Wolfson I would gladly split the time with her in the office to make sure that somebody else is here. Another thing that the office is lacking severely is someone with the education and the institutional knowledge to help the investigative staff perform a proper death investigation.
So I recall maybe 10 years ago at Dr. Gambaluca's medical facility, he had a deputy, a person who went to post, war badge. Will we have someone like that, and is that needed?
So Dr. Gambaluca, when I left, and that was a long time ago, had someone who took my place. That person's title was chief investigator.
Okay.
And that was the person that went out to all of the death scenes. Over time, Dr. Gambaluca, for whatever reason, reorganized the office. That chief investigator was let go and actually came to work for us in Jefferson Parish at one point. And then Dr. Gambaluca chose to employ part-time investigators.
So we don't have that many dying and we can do part-time work?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, Ms. McCarty. I mean, I would say in Plaquemines there are roughly about 250 to 300 deaths a year, 30 to 40 of which get autopsied. I mean, that all depends on circumstance. And then, you know, the other bulk of the work in the office, which most people don't understand or don't realize, the coroner is not only responsible for death investigation, he's responsible for the involuntary commitment of mental patients. And he's also, anytime that there is a rape or a sexual assault in the parish, the coroner is responsible, that budget is responsible for paying for those examinations. So let's just say a family has a person or a member of their family that is mentally ill and doesn't want to go in for treatment. They come to the coroner's office, and if they fill out the affidavit, then the coroner issues an order for protective custody, which then sends that person to a hospital for a second evaluation by a doctor at the hospital, and potentially then the coroner in that parish, generally Jefferson Parish, sends in their psychiatrist to do a second opinion. And in each of those second and third opinions, basically, the coroner's budget pays for those examinations.
So how does this budget reflect having an investigator and someone who can perhaps help the.
So when you look at the budget under services for employees, salaries, wages, and that sort of stuff, I believe it has Dr. Wolfson in it, or the coroner, and then there are 3 or 4. One is the administrative assistant, who also goes out on death calls, and then there are 3 other part-time investigators that help on nights and on weekends.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't have that in front.
4?
Okay, thank you. Are you?
Reverend Edwards?
I'm really confused. The answer to Patty's question really threw me off, because you're saying that this $12,000 reflect more than one person?
So no, sir, the $12,000 that they are asking for under salaries and wages is for a second physician who would have the title Chief Deputy Coroner.
Okay.
And that is the person by constitution, as I described earlier, would succeed Dr. Wolfson if there was a vacancy in office.
And these professional services, is that to bring in all these extra people that you were talking about earlier that we don't have?
No, those people are in the budget. The person you don't have, the $36,000, would be to hire me under a professional services contract.
Okay, so that's for you, okay.
Yes, sir.
And what would your title be?
I'm sorry?
What would your title be?
Just a consultant to the coroner.
How many hours do you think you'll be doing that for?
I'm sorry?
Or how many hours a week?
That hasn't been determined, but I'll be honest with you, it's going to be pretty much a full-time job to help him reorganize the office and train the staff.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, so the coroner, according to the budget books, makes $38,000, and you're saying the $36,000 is basically to hire you.
On a professional services contract. Yes, sir.
And okay, I yield.
I have a question. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Burris, you said that the state law requires us to have a coroner and a deputy coroner?
State law and constitution requires that there be a coroner and a chief deputy coroner. Again, that person must possess the same qualifications as the coroner himself in order to be able to succeed him if there were a vacancy in office.
Any more comments from the table?
The 12,000? No, that's not for him.
Administration?
No, that's not for him.
Audience?
So wait, hold on. To be clear, the chief deputy coroner is for the salaries, and the professional services is the $36,000.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
He's being paid the $36,000.
Correct. So
The 30
clarify how the person that has the same qualifications is 12,000, but somebody.
Because the chief deputy coroner is not going to be in the office every day. There's no requirement for that. That person would only be working in the absence of the coroner when he goes on vacation, or if he's not here for some reason. That is a part-time position only to meet the constitutional requirement that there be a chief deputy coroner.
Okay, and then is this the 36,000 1 year only, or are we going forward for the whole term of the coroner? I mean, I just don't
That would
understand
be
how
up.
much
I mean, that would be up to Dr. Wolfson.
I just don't see how much reorganizing could possibly. I mean,
Look, either you want to professionally run coroner's office, or it's going to continue to be like it's been for the last 6 to 8 years.
I understand he ran unopposed, but at the same time, that's part of his job is to get the office in shape. Just like it's our job as council member and parish president to run our organization. We don't go outside and say, fix our problems. So that's just my opinion.
Go
Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, and that's the most confusing part to me, you know, what you actually will be doing. I'm still confused about what that means. You're just like loosey-goosey to me. I really can't understand, for the amount of money you're being paid, what exactly you would be doing. If you're saying we need a chief deputy, then I don't have a job description to know what a chief deputy does, you know, and wondering, are you doing some of his service? You know, so I'm really confused. And I know you say sometimes we have to get autopsies and stuff, and I know there was a big thing in Jefferson Parish about how the coroner was bringing in outside. He was being paid to do autopsies when he was supposed to be paying outside people. I know that was...
No, that wasn't in Jefferson.
That was in Jefferson. I'm just saying, and so my mind going back to that. So I'm really confused about the service we're paying you as it relates to the coroner's office. I still not clear on I think that I have enough information for me to justify that when it's unclear exactly. You know, reorganizing, you know, a lot of generic term for me, that could mean so many different things, you know, to that could seem like to me this person, the coroner, should have experience in how to organize his office, and to bring somebody in to help him do something he's supposed to do causing me some serious concern. That's just me personally.
All I would say to that, Reverend Edwards, is that the Constitution in Louisiana mandates that the coroner be a licensed medical physician. Unless no physician will accept it, then a lay person can run.
I got that.
Most doctors that get elected coroner have no forensic experience. They've never been trained to do that kind of work, and unfortunately wouldn't know how to conduct a proper death investigation under most circumstances. They simply got elected because they were a physician and they ran for the job. I mean, I'm trying to offer up to Dr. Wolfson my 35 years of experience as a trained death investigator. And I mean, all I want to do is help the man get the office back where it needs to be so that the people of Plaquemines Parish are being serviced like they should be by the coroner's office.
Well, I'm getting the consensus of the council that we're going to defer this item until after lunch. We'll take it up after lunch.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Beers, for all your input. We'll move to the next item.
That's why I was like, they had enough to give them all the same. So y'all want to vote on the coroner now?
No, we're going to defer it till after lunch.
Yes.
Homeland Security.
Emergency preparedness.
Which one we're on now?
Where is that,
Homeland Security.
Ms. Morrell, where is that budget for emergency preparedness in the book?
Go to the last tab in the back, the white pages.
Okay.
And let me find a
Are
page.
we on Homeland Security right now?
Yes.
Okay.
But they all got the same packet. That's what I wanted to keep, one of their packets. I did 11.
That's a no-brainer, that one.
Yeah. Page 44.
Thank you.
Chris.
You have a question on it?
No, I wanted to look at it as we speak.
Okay.
Okay, we've been getting off track, so let me entertain a motion. We are off motion by Mr. Schultz, seconded by Mr. Konovich for discussion. Mr. Schultz, for discussion.
Yes, when I had my pre-budget hearing with Ms. Morrell, my understanding is we got an increase in one of our grants that's recurring every year. by 20-something thousand, correct, Patrick? And he's asking for a slight increase for his salary from that grant. Obviously, it's not taking the full 20,000. He's just asking for 4380 by 5%. So, if you want to add anything, Patrick, go ahead.
Mr. Edwards is in the queue.
Mr. Evans?
Oh, no, this one to me is a no-brainer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Owens. This money will be funded out of the grant, correct? Not out of, that's what it's funded out of a grant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any comments from the audience? Any more comments from the table? Administration? Mr. Schultz, you will offer to move forward?
Offered, yes.
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Jeritage. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
Thank you all very much.
Next item.
We're going to start voting on them. Let's go back to the legal department for the to create and fund an assistant parish attorney. And the funding for this is coming from his operating budget.
That's a 7, huh?
Yes, 7 of 41.
Printed front and back.
And the page for this in the book, the big book?
You want to see their expenditure budget?
Yes, please. Their old budget.
He knows his page, 39.
Thank you.
Is this for the new position?
This is a new position.
I think we all got emails.
And what is the new position?
An assistant parish attorney.
Okay. Okay, now I know what we're doing.
I'll offer that.
Now, we're going to offer for discussion.
I offer it, Mr. President.
Okay, I'm trying to find it.
Is y'all's double sided?
Huh?
It's front and back, so it's 7.
It's the one right behind Homeland Security. Flip the page
The
over.
one you just had for Homeland is on the other
Homeland
side.
Security is on the back side of it.
Do we have a motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion.
We have a motion by Reverend Edwards
Second.
for legal service.
Assistant parish attorney.
Isn't it?
Legal
Assistant
assistant
parish
parish
attorney.
attorney.
We have a motion by Reverend Evans, seconded by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience?
Arthur Henry. So here's my purpose I just talked about. Now we're gonna get when I give these guys the money, because they did so much work. Now all of a sudden you got to hire an assistant, so they're gonna do less work but make more money. The people, we have to stop it.
Isn't he assigned to, the new person's going to be assigned to a certain task?
Is it the new person?
The new person will be assigned to a different division of task?
Yeah, the task that we all emailed you all from the parish president, working on capital projects, working on grants, working on code enforcement, working on abatements, working on the cooperative endeavor agreements, so that we can actually use the more experienced attorneys to handle more cases actually in-house instead of kind of spending time on some of these other issues that are not quite as important.
So in other words, he's going to be helping to bring money into the parish.
I'm sorry, Mr. Henry. I'll let you come one time, brother. All right, brother.
Call me out. I gotta give an answer. I'm not there.
Any more comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open? And the measure passes unanimously 8-0. We'll move to the next item.
Division D, they are requesting 2 minute clerks to be funded.
I think it's page 2.
Page 2, correct.
Do we have someone? Can I entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Newsom.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Juricic.
Good morning, Council. I'm Nancy Taylor. I'm Judge Clement's administrator, here on behalf of Judge Clement.
Okay. And can you tell us about these 2 positions that you are requesting?
Yes, sir. So we previously had 3-minute clerks in our manpower table. They were unbudgeted, and we're just asking for them to be refunded at this time. With the court system back up, and after COVID, we're back up, our numbers are up, everything that's happening in the courts, we're full strength at this time, and we really do need the help with the additional minute clerks.
So business is good.
Well, you can see that in the parish, yes, sir.
Any comments from the audience? From the table? Mr. Champagne?
So you had these positions before? And they
Yes,
went
sir.
away, and you're asking to bring them back?
Yes, sir. We have 3-minute clerks. 2 of them retired, and one of them went on to another position. So they are unbudgeted. They remained unbudgeted since they have left.
You're replacing 3 with 2?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more comments from the table? Administration? Machines are open. Reverend Edwards? And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your assistance.
We'll move to the next item.
The next one is, we're going to skip the DA, skip the coroner. This one for the parish president is just to change titles of the 2 current secretary positions. They would like to name 1 executive assistant and 1 administrative assistant. It has no funding. It's just simply a title change.
I didn't, but there is a reason for it, I'm sure.
Here we go. Well, let's keep this moving. I'll offer.
Don't see it, but
I'll second.
we have a motion by Mr. Schultz, seconded by Ms. McCarty. Anyone here?
What page are we on, please?
Page 8.
Thank you.
What page?
Page 8.
The parish president requests y'all move forward.
And we gonna call it the what? The Grand Poobah?
Now, that would require you add money to it.
Any discussion from the audience?
You almost laughed.
Yes.
You almost laughed.
From the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
All right, the next one is Division A, and this is not something that the judge requested. This was an error. When the ordinance was passed, the position wasn't budgeted. So,
Page 9.
it's Division A.
What page is this?
This is for the drug court administration?
Yes,
Page
9.
9.
Yeah.
This is funded by the opioid settlement.
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
We have a motion by Reverend Evans, seconded by Mr. Newsom. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
All right, the next one is for the buildings department. They would like to create and fund a painter's position.
Please tell us the page.
Page 10.
Thank you. We're going in order.
Right now we are.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, what is this?
This is for a painter position with
Okay.
buildings. So we have a motion by Reverend Evers,
Yes.
seconded by Mr. Juritic. Any comments from the audience? From the table?
This will be funded also out the unreserved, undesignated? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And this is going to bring the buildings department to how many employees now?
We have somebody that's interested in this position, but they're already on staff in the buildings department. She would just be moving a slight promotion from a helper to a painter, which she was in that position a few years ago anyway.
So that'll bring us to a total of 4 people. We ain't bringing nobody. I think that's all we have is 4.
One is retiring at the end of either this month, I think at the end of this month, so we'll have a part-time and 1, 2, 3 full-time. So 3 full-time and a part-time, yeah.
There ain't much people for the.
No, sir. No, sir.
Any more comments from the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes 8-0.
The next two pretty much go together. They want to unfund a supervisor in the boat harbors and create a superintendent for the boat harbors, and it would be over all the harbors in the shipyard.
We'll have a motion. Or
Really good. This is the first one to unfund?
Yes.
so we need a motion to unfund the supervisor position.
Motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Conover, seconded by Mr. Juricic. Any comment from the audience? The table?
Rochelle, what page is this?
It's 11.
I got 12 of them, man.
Well, unfunded is 11.
The only one I have is 13.
Oh, the unfunded, okay.
Any comments from the administration?
That's why I don't like fooling with paper.
Oh, found it.
Machines are open?
I'm sorry, I'm coming. I'm still trying to find the amendment. Councilmember Edwards?
Rev.
Why is his not adjourned? You don't have the voting screen?
Adjourn.
And your measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
The next one is to fund the superintendent.
Motion.
Second.
It's on it.
Now we're back to
So-
12.
I can't control that. It's on my screen, but they gotta put it on.
Keeps coming.
He wants it
take
on the
now.
screen. The superintendent for boat harbors.
What page that's on?
12. On front and back.
Need a motion to create, fund a superintendent position.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Conovich,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Newsom. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration?
I got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Newsom.
So, I guess this is to Mr. Helmut. So this superintendent, I'm sorry for Jeff. The superintendent be, do more?
This will create more oversight and supervision for all of the boat harbors.
Any more comments from the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
All right, the next one we have is to move the funding for the 2023 pay increases from the 515 departments to the individual departments. It's going to be 2 pages because it'll have a spreadsheet behind it like this that shows you where all the departments where the funds are being moved to. It nets to 0.
That starts at page 13.
Is that the gray page?
13, page 13, and then that's the summary of it. I'll offer.
I have a motion by Mr. Schultz,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Conovich. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
All right, the next one would be insurance. Why do you keep doing that? This was requested to bring the parish share that they pay for the employees' insurance up to 80%.
Motion.
From
Second.
72.
Me.
Him and me.
We have a motion by Mr. Conovich,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Schultz. And this is to increase the parish share of the group insurance up to 80%. And what it was previously?
72.
72%. Because we do hear the employees say, they give us a raise, but the insurance take
The
it.
insurance increased 19% this year.
Yeah. So now let our employees know that we are taking care of 80% of it now,
Yes.
if it
Correct.
passes.
Passes.
Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0. Next item, please.
We have one revenue one that we can go to is $570,000 increase. And this is to budget for the interest earned on the hurricane recovery loan that we received.
The land?
No.
Yes, for land.
Oh, yeah. That's the first one, right? No.
Number 1, page 1, yeah.
Yes, okay.
I need a motion to, the
Motion.
budget increase earned on the Hurricane Recovery and Department of Natural Resource. We have a motion by Mr. Schultz, seconded by Mr. Conovich. Any comments from the audience? From the table, administration, machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
Okay, the next one I think we should go to is someone here for the YMCA?
No,
Um,
don't do it.
We can do Council on Aging first. This is for their grant that, in 2023, they received $200,000, and they're requesting the same amount for '24.
Motion.
Can you make, what page are we on? What is that?
21.
They're requesting 200, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have a motion by Mr. Konovich, seconded by Mr. Schultz. Mr. Lewis?
President is absent, staff, and Mr. Chairman, fellow councilmen. My name is David Lewis. I'm the director, executive director for the Council on Aging, and I really do appreciate the support that the council and the parish has given the Council on Aging for many, many years. That support allows us to continue to do the 16, 17 services that we do for the council every year. She's correct. In previous years, we've received $200,000. I met with the president and I presented a proposal. This year, well, we've already absorbed it now and it's hurting. The cost of food went up 20%. And that increased my expenditures about $26,000 a year. So I'm asking if you approve the refunding to increase that to $230 to absorb the additional costs of the food.
So you want to amend it from 200 to 230?
Yes, sir.
Michelle?
What part of,
We're on page 21 of 41?
on expenditures in the budget book, where's that at?
We normally give them
200,000.
200,000 and pay for the utilities.
What page?
Do you know?
Oh, what page?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, page.
It's 21 to 41 on the
It
hand.
is
Yeah, that's on the-
page
that's what he meant.
59. 59,
What page is on the big book?
59.
Mr. Chairman, I understand some of the restraints of the budget, and certainly whatever amount that the council will approve will be highly appreciated. I just added that additional money because of the additional food money that we incurred this year and will incur going forward. Any question from anybody?
Mr. Lewis, can I ask what type of food you supply? Is this the food that's brought out to people's homes?
Yes, ma'am. Two types. The sheriff office at the correction center over the river prepare hot meals every day. We pick those meals up and bring it to the 4 centers, and also we bring it. 3 drivers bring it to homes, homebound seniors. About 25 on the East Bank and about 100 and something on the West Bank. So we bring it to the centers every day, and those who can't drive or can't get out, we bring the food to them. It's hot food.
It's hot food. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I would like to amend it from 200,000 to 230. And I ask for a second.
Second.
Seconded by Reverend Edwards. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration, machines are open
An amendment.
For the amendment?
for the amendment, to amend it. And the measure passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much.
Now we got to
That's
vote on it.
that's just your amendment, huh?
That's just the amendment.
That's just the amendment.
Yeah. Now,
You voted.
now we have to go back to the original amendment by Mr. Konovich, and seconded by Mr. Schultz. Any comments from the audience? Table.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Newsom?
Yeah, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
This is very well. Your staff. What does your staff or council on aging consist of?
We have a total of 13 people, including myself. We have 4 centers, Davant, Belchase, Port Sulphur, and Boothville. Each one of those centers has a coordinator, so that make it 5. We have 3 persons that drives the trucks, the vans, that make it 8. I have an administrative clerk, accounting person, and a nutrition director, and 2 people that handles servicing the seniors with the supplies in the office. And then we have 1 person we call a meal site manager. So we have a total of 13 people, Council.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot. A lot of folks, which is very well needed. So I know there's 200 and now 30,000 is not. Do you collect any other? Where your other revenues come from?
All the revenue come from through the state. We are under the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs, and they have an act of 1965 that come from the federal government. So we get money from the federal government. And I can tell you, total, with the monies coming from the parish, our total budget is right at 800,000. So we get about 2 from the parish and about 6 something from the state. I can send you my budget to Ms. Taylor, and she can get it to the council if you all like it. I did that before.
Ms. Morales, is that not in our budget book? They're
No, it's not.
No. Well,
The only, this is all we have in the budget book for them, is what we give them, the grant.
The reason being, Council, with the generosity from the parish, just like the other 63 parishes, this is a state agency that all the parishes assist with managing and running it from a financial standpoint. So I guess that's the reason it's not under your budget. But I have absolutely no problem in getting a copy of the budget to you.
no, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to thank you and your team for providing the service and the meals that you do for our elderly.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I know for some of them, it's probably some of the only warm food they get in a day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other question or comment? I'll be
And with
more.
that, I call for question.
Who offered in second?
I offered Chris second.
Okay.
And that is passed unanimously.
Thank you. I can, it's okay this time to say it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the Care Center, which in the white pages in the back is page 60. In 2023, they received $150,000 from the parish.
I would like to entertain a motion
But,
for the funding for the care center.
motion
We have a motion by Ms. McCarty.
with the changes.
I'll second it.
Page what you said? I'm sorry.
In the book, it's
This,
60.
in the white pages back here, page 60.
And can you tell us the numbers?
Huh?
Tell us the numbers.
Okay, so when we had the individual meetings, 100,000 was mentioned. I do not know, I mean, that is up to y'all, what amount y'all want to give.
Ms. McCarty?
I'm offering with changes for 150, but I'd like to have the care department speak.
Ms. Julie?
What we're passing out is the
Diagram of the flyers of all the services the Care Center provides. Oh, I'm Julie Olson, Executive Director with the Care Center. We actually have about a dozen centers under our agency. In other parishes, each one of those centers is a separate agency. But for Plaquemines Parish, we're rural and due to our numbers, so because of that, all 12 agencies are under our umbrella. All 12 centers are under our umbrella agency. As you know from the email I sent to each one of you, the Care Center provides an essential service for Plaquemines Parish, and that's behavioral health services, which is comprised of mental health services and substance abuse services. Currently, the demand for our services is so large that we have a wait list of 133 Plaquemines residents. Last year, when I came to the budget hearings, our wait list was 74. So basically, in 1 year, our wait list has doubled. The only way for us to get our wait list down is to hire more clinicians. If we receive a budget cut from the parish, it will mean we have to lay off some clinicians, which means our wait list will grow. And as part of our Plaquemines Parish charter, the council works for the general welfare and happiness of our people, and mental health services definitely works for general welfare and happiness of our people also. What I just passed out, in addition to the flyer that told the agencies, was our 2023 proposed budget, and you will see from that budget, we had a $125,397 deficit. In addition to that deficit, after this budget was approved, we lost $20,000 in funding from the DA's office because his parish budget was cut, and we also lost $25,000 from the sheriff's office because he had cash flow issues. So our deficit is actually $170,397 for 2023.
I'm sorry, repeat, 20,000 from the sheriff's office and?
No, 20,000 we lost in funding that was included in this original budget that was approved was from the DA's office, and 25,000 from the sheriff's office.
And what does the school board give you?
Zero.
Did they ever give you anything?
1 year we received $60,000 that from them that we had identified in funding they had received from one of our partner agencies that could be allocated to us.
Do you know how much usage from the school itself, patients that are forwarded to you?
Yes, we have 60% of our clients come through are children under the age of 18, 40% are adults. So I know that has been an issue that when I met with people and met with the parish president and the finance team, they asked about funding that we receive from the school board. We request funding from the school board. We will continue to request it, but I cannot force them to give it to us. So if that is a concern of the council and you want any funding y'all give us to be restricted to adults only, we can certainly abide by that restriction.
Well, I think that not only in our parish, but throughout the United States, it's imperative to have strong bodies as well as strong minds for people of all ages because, especially the young, because they're the future of our country. I know that there are families that need help because they have different sort of abuses or addictions in the family, and the children are not growing up in a stable environment, and they need counseling and direction. So I'm very concerned about that.
Concerns are warranted. Our wait list shows it.
Okay, so go over your budget a little bit for us, please.
Okay. Just real total income for 2023 is about $1.5 million. Total expenses is $1,684,000. We get funding through grants, we have local contracts, state contracts, and donations.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Sorry.
Okay, so again, your grants, your total budget you said was
About $1.5 million, 1559068 for income.
Okay, that is your actual.
Yes.
Okay. And how much do you get in grants?
About 25,000 from foundation and trust grants, and from nonprofit grants, 209. So about 230,000 in grants.
And how do you make up the difference?
We also have fundraisers, as y'all know, several of y'all attended Celebrity Waiter. We have contracts, federal contract with the state Supreme Court. It's federal money that goes to the state Supreme Court of $54,000 for our CASA program. The local government contracts, that was the $150 last year from the parish. The anticipated but not received $20,000 from DA and $25,000 from the sheriff. The largest amount of money we're getting right now, as you see, is those government contracts. That is our partnership with Metropolitan Human Service District to provide the mental health services and substance abuse services for Plaquemines Parish. But realize that Metropolitan Health has a restriction that their funding will only pay for Medicaid clients and people who are eligible for Medicaid, whereas the Care Center provides services to everybody from Plaquemines who comes to us. We also have, we do charge fees. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so they only pay for Medicaid and Medicare, is that what you said?
Clients that are Medicaid or Medicare eligible, because Metropolitan's mission states that they are the provider of last resort.
Okay, so what percentage of your budget actually goes toward that and is beyond, and you still have need for more? How much is that paying for? How many people
What we get from
fit under that
Metropolitan?
category of Medicaid and Medicare?
59 and 14, so like 63% of our clients
Okay,
are low income or moderate income.
okay, so the government will pay for 63% of your clients, is that correct?
That's not the, well, that's Metropolitan Human Service District through a partnership.
Okay,
So it's not directly from the government to us.
okay,
That's from Metropolitan directly.
okay. And I'm trying to build a case for why you need the funds. So if 63% is paid for by Metropolitan,
Well,
30,
59% of our budget, almost 60, comes from Metropolitan. So the other 40% we have to come up with. And Metropolitan's is only re-awarded every year and is not guaranteed. It's a grant process. We have to apply.
how much additional funding do you need in order to hire more therapists to accept the caseload that's waiting right now?
I would need 7 more clinicians to handle the caseload waiting right now. My clinicians are all master's level clinicians, and when you were talking about,
They have to be masters.
they have to be master's level clinicians, and a master's level clinician currently at the Care Center, so that's a lot of years of school, starts at $43,000. So we have trouble competing to get clinicians, first to come to Plaquemines Parish, then to come for that salary.
Okay, so what is the going salary for a clinician?
About
social worker?
65,000 in the labor market.
So we're minus about 20.
We're down.
And these people serve just in Belchase, or they have to drive?
They serve all of Plaquemines Parish. So our main office is 115 Keating, which is less than a mile from here. We go to every school in the parish, so that's 9 more locations. We go to the 3 community centers, so Buras, Port Sulphur, Dave Ann on the East Bank, and we also have an office at the medical center. In addition to that, we offer teletherapy services for people who can't get to one of those 14 locations.
And who pays for their mileage and?
We do. Care Center, it's part of our budget. You'll see that it's about 28,000 this year, 28,000. We reimburse 65 cents a mile.
Okay, so,
The going rate is 65.5, but we couldn't afford that 0.5 yet.
so you said you need 6 or 7 more?
Full-time clinicians, yes.
Okay, I'm going to take 7 times, how much?
The
Okay.
starting salary, and that's without, it's 43 right now, but you got to add their taxes and benefits. And we only pay 60% of the employees and health insurance.
Okay, I'm going to say 50,000.
Okay.
That's $22,050,000.
No, that can't be.
Okay, let's see, I must have had an extra zero in there. 50, yeah, 50,000 times 7, 350,000.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Because of course, our goal would be to get our wait list down to zero, which would mean we are helping everybody and everyone in the parish who comes to us. So far in this year alone, through August, we already had 157 clients come to us for suicidal ideation. Of those 157, knock on wood, none of them have committed suicide. So we know this year alone, we have helped save at least that 157 people who had suicidal ideation.
and because they have suicidal ideation, they have to go before your other clients, potential clients, is that correct?
They get triaged on our wait list, yes.
Okay.
We have a triage wait list.
So that's why the wait list has been out there for a while.
Yes.
And potentially, the people who are on the wait list could become emergencies because
yes.
they've been waited so long.
Yes.
So I can't give you the 350. And I would like to encourage or challenge the school board to meet, go beyond what we can offer. But I'd like to ask the council, this amendment says 100,000. I'd like to ask if we could at least give 150,000. What are your thoughts on that? And I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
With the 150,000, it would at least leave us level funding where we are. So I should not hopefully have to lay off anyone.
I see.
Any increases, I can maybe hire someone at least part-time, if not full-time. But with any decreases, we're going to have to lay off people. So our volume will go down on what we can be helping.
So it sounds like you need a minimum of 200,000. So I'd like to hear from my fellow council members.
Please key in. Reverend Edwards.
First, I want to go to Rochelle. Rochelle, I thought I heard you say it was budget for 100,000. Did I hear you say that?
No, in 2023, they received 150.
Okay.
When we met with some council members, they had threw out the $100,000 number, so that's where that came from.
Okay.
So it's originally budgeted at zero.
Yeah, it's here.
Correct.
In 2024, it's zero. In 2023, they received 150.
Okay. And
I want to ask a couple questions that stand out to me. I know that you have $40,000 for professional fee. And then I also noticed under staff retreat, you have like $25,000 for staff retreat. To me, that's kind of really high. And I'm just wondering, as it relates to the children, why the school board is not funding you if the children is supposed to be a part of your base? What reason they give for rejecting you?
Okay, realize they do have a new interim superintendent at the school system. So in the past, all of our responses and no's were from the prior superintendent. So we are hoping that things will change with the current interim and future superintendent. I cannot address why they won't fund. I do present statistics to them. They know about the wait list because it's impacting them in the schools. Addressing the 40,000 on here in professional fees, that is for the 3 part-time employees I have. That helps us meet our demand. And the staff retreats and team building are part of our conferences and training because all of my current staff needs to have continuing education units on every year, and depending on which certifications, because as you notice with the Children's Advocacy Center, we do the forensic interviews, they have to have certain trainings every year so that those funds help pay for their trainings. So retreats could be trainings where they go away to conferences also, in addition to mandated conferences, conventions, and meetings that we are required to attend for other state agencies.
But you have staff development and training.
Yes.
Yeah, too. So how'd that relate? Then if that's the case, why the staff training is not a part of the $25,000?
It was just the way it had been broken down in CARES accounting system over the years. And actually for this year, we have not used but about $2,000 under staff retreats because we now also offer our own continuing education units. And we invite other people so they can pay $30 for a 3-hour class to help us pay the presenters so that I don't have to pay for my staff to attend those. So we are trying to cut the budget every and anywhere we can.
So I want to go back to understand the profession. So you're saying these are staff positions?
The professional fees are part-time, 3 part-time
Part-time
positions. So they're not, yes.
So they're really, okay, so they're employees?
Or contract workers who will consult with us on an hourly basis. So they'll get 1099s instead of W-2s.
And you don't have to pay them insurance?
No, I don't pay them insurance or any other benefits.
You want to go all, Nelson?
I'm in the queue.
You don't?
You finished, Reverend Edwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Schultz?
So, obviously, my background, the first thing I did was go to LLA's website and pull the financials. So, my question is, at the end of 2022, you had net assets without donor restrictions of basically $2.7 million. I understand that revenue might have been one time PPP loan or COVID money or whatever. But even if you count this shortfall for current year of $125,000, you're down to, let's just say, round it 2.5. That's about $200,000 increase. And then even looking at the cash flow statement, same thing, 1.7 to about 1.5 million. So, I came and toured the facility when I took office, get an understanding. I was all for everything, but I have some concerns right now. Basically, right now we're trying to get the parish back whole with some raises, insurance. As you just saw, we voted for where we have to take care of our own workforce. And I did talk to some of the school board members asking them, why don't y'all give, and basically got the same, they didn't outright say it, but got the same kind of answer saying that was the previous superintendent, but, and that they might be more willing to look at it because, again, these services are key for the community, both children and adults, but at the same time, I'm looking at overall numbers and maybe I don't know, maybe 100,000 this year, and then next year, depending on how we're doing, go back up to the 150 and work our way up as we get more sales tax money coming in. I understand that. You're not going to go through that much cash in a year, but at the same time, I understand what the services that are being provided. So I'm kind of caught in the middle on my thought process. I yield.
Can I?
Sorry.
And I'm also going to have Bob come up. He is our board chairperson. So that additional money, because we're a nonprofit, by policy, we need to have about 50% of our operating expenses kept in reserve to help, like in any disasters, anything like that. We also, multiple grants and our funding from Metropolitan Human Service are cost reimbursement. So you also have to have a couple of months in there because you're going to make the expenses, then get reimbursed for those expenses. We're also working on our strategic plan, which is to increase the amount of services we can give to the community. So I did mention when I had some meetings with a couple of y'all that we currently have a construction project going on to convert 4 offices into 8 offices. We're basically dividing them down to half so that we can have more offices to offer services in. That's another $50,000. With part of our strategic plan, we are looking to hire a grant writer. We're looking for translation services and bilingual staff to help meet the needs based on the changes we're seeing in our community. And with everything, we would like our wait list to be down to 0.
Yes.
And then let me have Bob come address some of the financial issues. So this is, Bob is the Care Centers Board Chairperson. I'll let him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, and I think my name's Bob Kimbrough, the current board chair. resident of Plaquemines Parish, live at 313 Cypress Crossing Drive. And I've been a board member for Plaquemines Care Center since I relocated to Plaquemines Parish about 2 years ago. Actually joined the board a year before I transitioned to this parish. But am now a retired CPA and a community volunteer, also serve on several other nonprofit boards. And I think Julie pretty much addressed everything from a financial standpoint that the board is considering, but certainly the investment that the board decided to make with approving this budget with a shortfall of $125,000 that's now turned close to $200,000 with a loss of funding this year. We're prepared to continue to make those investments in this community. We're currently researching and exploring the hiring of a grant a person to explore other grants from where we can seek out some other funding. Be much similar to what you just approved this morning with your economic development person. And you know the cost of those economic development people, the cost of a grant writer is around $80,000 to $100,000. So my point in bringing that up is that the board is continuing to make investments in this community, and we're more than likely going to be approving a budget in 2024 that would be at this deficit level. On top of that, probably close to $250,000 to $300,000. So Julie has kind of outlined the issues that we are facing in the other strategic plan parts. The issues around bilingual clinicians is real, and there's really no easy answer there other than to spend some more money. So it's issues that we're going to need to continue to address from the board perspective. But happy to respond to any questions that you have from a board member's perspective.
Mr. Newsom?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got some numbers from that Mr. Schultz went over on these. And look, it's our due diligence. I shouldn't say, it's my due diligence to spend taxpayers' dollars on what needs stuff. And I'm not saying you guys are not needed, but so the questions, that's where my questions have come from is I need to do my due diligence, and I'm spending taxpayers' dollars. You're a resident of Plaquemines Parish, so we're spending your taxpayers' dollars is what we spending up here. And if we don't do our due diligence and our homework to really do everything, we're not doing anybody any justice. What Mr. Schultz brought up is so I do see your finances for 2023. Was he correct in saying at the end of 2022 that you had assets of $2 million? Is that correct? Is that
roughly that number? Yes, sir.
How much of that was cash?
I don't have it right in front of me. About 1.6 million, I think it was.
1,723,000.
Cash.
479,000 in receivables.
And look, I'm not saying you guys are not doing everything possible over there and all that, but with parish government, the way we have is we have a lot of issues, as you well know. We gotta fund employees. We just increased health care by 8%, which our health care went up. I'm sure you guys' health care went up by another. So I'm more in lines with Mr. Schultz to say that, we can squeeze out $100,000 here, because that's going to have to be moved from where we moved this money to unreserved, undesignated. So it's coming out of unreserved and designated. And I will make a commitment. I'll do my part in asking these other agencies, the school board and these other agencies, to help out also. I'm not against the care center. Again, I haven't told it. I apologize for that, but I know the stuff that you guys do are very well needed. But from our standpoint, sitting in this chair, we have to look at everything holistically and do it as a whole, and not just on one thing. With that, I do yield.
Is there any more comments from the table?
Yeah, me.
Ms. McCarty?
So if you have a $125,397 shortfall. If we were to increase it and give you $150,000, that would give you $24,400 and something extra. But that's not enough for you to hire the people you said that's for you to maintain where you are right now, correct?
Well, the 150 is included, that you've agreed to fund for 2023 is included in that shortfall. So if we lost the 150, then that shortfall becomes close to 200 because we lost the 45 on top of the 125, then we'd lose the 150, so it'd be close to 300,000, and that would be just to stand pat where we are right now with a waiting list of 133, correct?
Okay, so to recap what you just said, you were anticipating to get 150,000 for 2023, is that correct?
That's what we were in the budget for 2023.
That's what we gave them for 20.
Okay.
We gave them 2023.
Okay.
150. And this year's budget is nothing.
Yes. So if we give you the same 150,000, that keeps you afloat without having to fire anyone. Correct?
And we'll still be in a
Still be in a deficit position of about 175, 180,000 going into 2024.
Because you're hiring a grant writer.
No, that's for that. If we make the decision to hire a grant writer, it'd be closer to probably 250 or 280,000 deficit.
Why are you in the extra hole if we give you the same amount that we gave you last year?
Because we're already in the, okay, sorry. So we're already in the hole, $170,000 for 2023 deficit. And that is including the 150,000 that y'all did give us. So we'll still be in that hole, 170. It's probably going to go up because our property insurance has doubled and health insurance, just like every place else, the expenses have gone up. So our deficit is going to grow larger this year if you keep us level at the 150,000. If you lower us to the 100,000, I will probably have to decrease the size of my staff.
Which means more people will go on the wait list and the people who are
Transfer people.
currently on the wait list won't get seen. Well, it sounds desperate in some cases, but I wish we knew from the school board what they would offer. You almost need 175, 2,000, 200,000, I mean. I'm going to suggest we offer 175,000, and I'd like,
I'm sorry.
so they're going to, if they don't get that money, they're going to fire some people, and more people will go on the wait list. And I think that mental health is very important for our community, as well as physical health. So if we're giving 200,000 to YMCA, why? Well, I'm saying that's on the budget right now. You know, we put 220,000 into a park for you, and I'm saying this could be life or death for some people.
Well, I agree with that. Well, I'm going to wait till my turn. I got a couple other questions.
Okay.
Before I call anyone, what do you contribute to the increased needs of y'all services?
Wasn't a surprise. So we've been knowing since the oil spill, the BP oil spill in 2010, the research showed us way back from that because of the stressors and all the mental health issues that came from an oil spill, we were going to have increased behavioral health needs for the next 40 years. So that meant until 2050, and that was just from the oil spill.
And that's because of economics?
And yes, economics from the BP oil spill, and they based it on research from the Exxon Valdez oil spill before that. Then the researchers have increased that time because of our hurricanes, basically. We got the cumulative effects of the repeated hurricanes. This was all before COVID happened. So we were already expecting Plaquemines to have increased behavioral health needs from the BP oil spill and the hurricanes. Then COVID happened, and as you see on the news, nationwide, the increase in mental health service needs just continue to go up. The suicide rates continue to go up. But I'm very happy to say in Plaquemines Parish, we have a suicide prevention program in place, and we have helped to cut our suicides down because in 2017 and 2018, Plaquemines Parish had the highest suicide rate in the state, and we were higher in the nation also. So because of those things, it's not a surprise that we had the increased demand for services. We knew it was coming. I've been preaching it. If you go back and look at the other presentations from other hearings, I've been letting y'all know, telling y'all this is what research is telling us. And then COVID just even added to it exponentially.
Mr. Newsom.
Yes, sir. So with the shortfall of, we had so many numbers up here, I'm confused. Why, and this, I guess this to my CPA friends, which I'm not, don't claim to be. So why can't you take money out of your cash and take care of your shortfalls?
That's exactly what we had to do for 2023. And as Bob just told you, that's exactly what the board will have to approve again for 2024. So we already are dipping into those previously earned funds from prior years, similar to how you can't put that when they present the balanced budget because those are fund balances. So we are dipping into that. And then because we're a nonprofit and by policy, we have to also have about 50% of our operating expenses in there. I still got to pay for the construction project that's not finished. And we're trying to, in the future, also hire a grant writer.
Understand, but when your budget is, cash flow is very healthy. Again, I said everything I said. So I just think, so if you go get 100 and, I guess about 150, 170,000 out of your cash, you're still going to have over $1.5 million in your cash this is as of 2022 now. Let me make that clear. So with that, that's just a couple questions I had. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz.
So I want to go over the revenue. I look at trends. So in 2021, you have $1.7 million in revenue. Last year, it went up about 300,000 to basically 2.1. What was attributed to that increase in revenue? 300,000, roughly.
That ended in 2022.
Yes, from
Right.
21 to 22.
I don't know if you recall, but we had a Louisiana Safe Grant.
Okay.
That was $1.8 million funding directly to the care center through HUD, and it was through a state of Louisiana competition. And that grant finished out in 2022. So that was why you saw that increase, because
Okay,
it built up and we had to totally finish it out by 2022 because that was the natural termination for that grant.
And how much was that for 2022? I'm just curious.
I would have to.
Yeah,
pull that
like I
from my
said, I'm looking at
records.
financials. I can't pull
Right.
all the detail, but because
It was right under, between that and my Supreme Court, which is about 55, it was right under that $750,000 federal cap. So we didn't have to get the single audit. That's how I know that.
okay, because I'm looking at also back in the back, grants was 470,000 in 22 compared to 21 of 508. But what I'm getting back, if we go back to 2021, okay, so 2023, you're saying you had $1.6 million in income. Why take 22 out? Because that was the year that you had the increase.
No, it was multiple year grant. It finished in 2022. It started in 2019, I think, that multiple year grant. It was not 1.8 million in 1 year. It was over multiple.
Oh, yeah, I get that. It was a multi-year grant, but I was going back to 21 to compare, and you're still down 200,000 total income. And I'm just trying to figure out why we're having the huge drop from, now I understand 22 was an outlier year because it wrapped up, but at the same time, like I said, I mean, you're talking about,
Asking why we're having a drop in income?
yeah, from 20, like I said, I'm going back to 21 to try to get a more realistic number.
Yeah, so that big grant, that 1.8 million, was divided over to 2019, 2021, all the way to 2022. But grants are not funding us as much. Like even United Way, we took a cut from this year because they're receiving less funding. So
I
they can only grant out less, is what
So,
they tell
so
us.
if it was divided equally over the years, then there shouldn't have been the $300,000 increase. That's what I'm trying to get at, or figure out.
Yeah, it wasn't divided equally over the years. It was cost reimbursement. We had to have construction projects in there, requirement of their grants. So as we spent it, they reimbursed it.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Like I said, I mean, right now we're trying to maintain our own workforce and with the raises and giving people. So I'm okay with 100,000 for this year, but I yield.
Mr. Champagne.
Hey, Julie, I want to tell you, I did tour your facility. It was wonderful. I thought it was great. And I am for what you do. I think you guys do great work and really benefit the people who need your services. And like Ronnie said, we're just trying to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And you can see we've all read the audit. We're looking at your numbers here, and that's what we've done for everybody else. So it's not like we're just ganging up on you. But I do have some questions. You mentioned that you're looking at hiring a linguist and doing some more construction.
You know, we're trying to either have to get transcription services for bilingual or hire a clinician who is bilingual, which we put it in job postings, but we haven't found one
Is
yet.
that in this budget, proposed budget?
No, that's 2023.
Okay, and then, all right, and then you said that your services, are they only for Plaquemines Parish?
Yes, now they are. In the past, when we had no wait list, we would accept people from outside the parish if they wanted to come into the parish and pay full fees. But right now, our wait list is so long, we're not even accepting anybody from any other parish, including if they went through our court system, but they're from another parish, and normally the courts would send them to us. We are not accepting them because we're only taking Plaquemines residents because we have a wait list.
You talked about on the staff retreats for training. Have you guys looked at changing that to online courses instead of going on staff?
We have changed it to online, and we got through Land Tech, the small business, economic small business, through the state. It's a cost reimbursement program, but they are providing us training that ends up being a net zero. So they're helping us. So that's why haven't spent much of that 25, because we have gotten that program through the state.
And the last question, we approved some room here on campus for the state to bring in some health services and all. Will that help you out at all? I mean, they closed down an office in Harvey. They're moving it here on campus. How does that affect you?
Not directly. We were hoping it was some other representatives. So that you're talking about at your last council meeting, y'all approved for, I think it's 6 employees from Louisiana Department of Children and Family Services, but that is their division that does SNAP applications, and I think they said some cash, giving cash money. So it definitely helps because the economic issues cause mental health issues here too. So I say kudos to y'all. That is great help. I am hoping, and I know Crystal alluded to this when she was talking to other people, that at least we'll have DCFS in Plaquemines Parish, even though it's not the part that works with the care center, like when children need to be removed from their home because of abuse or neglect, or go investigate a child in need of care situation. But maybe at least since they have a presence in Plaquemines, it might carry over, and maybe they will reassign someone, because we have not had DCFS in Plaquemines Parish since before Katrina in any capacity. So kudos to y'all. Kudos to Crystal with working with them with that. I think it can only help us by having them here.
We are committed to the betterment of that wealth and welfare and health of our citizens. We have to look at the budget. Thank you.
All right, and so when you're all looking at the budget, another thing to keep in mind is through August of this year, we've already helped 4,320 residents. So if you divide 200,000 or 100,000 by that, you see how much you are actually giving to each person in Plaquemines who comes to us for help. In 2022, we helped 5,890 Plaquemines residents. So if you want to do a cost per resident, we could do that, and you can see it comes down to not very much money per person that we help.
All right, let's bring it on to the end. Reverend Edwards.
My biggest concern is that not too many organizations, nonprofit organizations, can say they have the kind of reserve that you have. Too many people can't say that, and so that's one of my biggest concern about approving the increase. Knowing that you have something that a lot of people wish they had.
So can the reserve be touched?
I'll let you. She asked if the reserve could be touched. We are touching it, but
Yes, ma'am. Reserves can be touched, and they are being touched this year in 2023, and they will more than likely be touched in 2024 once the board approves the budget for 2024. But as I said, the board policy is to hold 50% of our operating expenses, which in round numbers is about 1.6 million, so that's 800,000 in reserve. And so we have that money available in case there's a natural disaster, that we can continue to pay our people. As Julie pointed out, we have cost reimbursement contracts, so we need to be sure that we have enough liquidity and cash in the bank to be able to continue to pay our people, even though we may not get paid by our people who are supposed to pay us.
So that's not a law, that you have to have 50% in reserve. It's not a law.
No, ma'am.
And if we had a disaster, could you get funds from another resource for a disaster?
well, in the past, typically after disasters, our kind of funding comes into the parish. So like after the BP oil spill, and so it was a grant process. You apply for grants, you get funding. Same thing happened after Hurricane Isaac. They sent like the LA LA Spirit teams to go out and meet with people in the community. So after a disaster, SAMHSA or the state or the federal government will put out grant applications, and we apply for the grants. So it would be possible, but knock on wood, we don't have another one of those happening anytime soon.
Mr. Schultz?
Patty, where are we at on your,
I'm hoping if they are a shortfall of 125, that we could make it 150, but if we
can
need
we
to
meet in the
cut the
middle at
difference.
125? That way it will cover the
Yeah,
shortfall?
Yeah, we'll cut the difference.
I mean, we got to move on, but at the same time, I understand the funding, but I can't right now with our own issues.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
With, Ms. Morrell, with this budget that we go on, we're going to have to move some money out of our emergency fund, correct, to balance this budget? If we keep going like this, we're talking about
At least 600,000 to cover the amendments today, and then you're going to have to transfer another probably at least 300,000.
we're close to $1 million.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to move out of emergencies to our unreserved, undesignated. Okay, so
Yes.
we all moving money too. So I would, again, I said what I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, we debated this for so long, I don't know what number we have out here. So, we have a motion by Ms. McCarty for $125,000 for the care center. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a seconded by Mr. Champagne. Any more discussion from the audience?
Ms. McCarthy, for once, you and I agree on something. Totally agree with you, 100%. I remember 18 years ago, Katrina came through here. I stood in Belchase. It was a disaster then in Belchase. But all I can say, the care center did a good job. My mental capacity was negative, very negative. And I want to thank Ms. Julie to the day. Every time I see her, hey, you up on your work, you do a real great job. So I'm all for giving her more money, really and truly, because the people, this for the people, this for the people, this something for the people.
Any more comments from the audience? From the table, administration, machines open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
Thank you, everyone.
Can we move to
Thank
the
you,
DA,
everyone.
please?
Wait a minute, that was the amendment.
That was just the amended?
That was the amendment.
It wasn't an ordinance.
I thought it was to fill in the blank.
It wasn't,
Yeah, y'all don't have to do that
Yeah,
for
because-
these like y'all do for the ordinances.
It was fill in the blank, because technically
Yeah.
there was no,
Let's move to the DA.
The GA is requesting increases for his assistant GAs. The total would be 145, 255.
Give us that number again.
145, 255.
What page is that?
Hope you're not going to take us long, huh? So we have can I entertain a motion?
Motion.
A motion by Mr. Conover, seconded by Ms. McCarty.
Again, Rochelle, what page is we looking at?
Number 3.
What's the motion?
3 of 21.
Page 20.
I'm good.
Page 20, packet, page 3.
I'm you the one on page 3 of 41.
Mr. Ballet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Charles Balley, District Attorney of Plaquemines Parish. Thank you all very much for allowing me to speak to you today on this matter. It's really pretty simple in that as y'all know, for the parish workers, and I do appreciate the raises y'all have given them, the 3% and then the 5%. Both of them, of course, are well needed and it's going to go a long way. And it's needed in a sense, not just because of cost of living, but it's also to be able to maintain your employees. Y'all have lost so much through the years. We see that. We know you're constantly needing to look for people. And I can tell you it's the same in my office. I lost 4 in the last couple of years, and they've all gone to jobs paying 25% and higher other places. So it's rather difficult. And I have a small workforce. We're down to 16. We were at 21 at one time. But technology allows us to do a lot of work with the computers and everything that can do a lot for us. But because of that, my losing people, when I lose 4, it's a major effect to my office. And so I don't want to do that. And so what I've asked for, and I see that y'all have done that for the parish attorneys that you have, and I think what you're doing is kind of basically what's reasonable and necessary. I don't know if y'all have acted on it yet, and I apologize that I wasn't in here all day or maybe heard everything. But I think that doing that is going to allow you, of course, to retain your attorneys and to have good people working and doing it. And I'm in the same boat. And Title 16, Section 6, of course, is the statute that controls a lot of funding from our office, from the local government. It says it shall furnish the district attorney's office with everything that's reasonable and necessary to operate their office. And obviously, assistant DAs are very, very much necessary, and we have to have them. And the pay that I've requested increase to go to, I think, and it's actually below, I believe, the percentage-wise increase that the parish attorneys got, and I think is reasonable and necessary as well. And I'm not sure, when you mentioned, Rochelle, when you mentioned the 145, because I had about 107, I don't know, does that include the benefits? Okay. I didn't have the benefit part to know how to do the math on that. And so that's what our request is, and so that I can be on par. And believe me, if y'all saw in the news recently, Orleans Parish, the DA, Jason Williams, is asking for like a pretty big raise, $4 million. I don't know what it is for his office. And the DA's offices are no different than a lot of other offices. They'll look to my office for some of my top guns, some of my good prosecutors, and try and get them because they desperately need them. We all know that with Orleans and with the issues. Jefferson Parish actually needs assistant DAs right now, too. They're hurting pretty badly, like this, to get people. So I don't want to lose people. I don't want people to go because, like this, they're going to get, 15, 25% more pay, whatever it is. And that's the boat that I'm in. That's the situation that I need to take care of. And that's why I come to y'all to request it, to get $1, the pay raise that I'm requesting for them. And that's the purpose of my request, is to maintain my good staff. They do outstanding work, and that's what we do. I want to answer state, I guess, a few other things, and that people say, well, they have outside practices. I would say, no, they don't. My folks don't like this. I have 5 assistant DAs. I would say Tamia Griffin, one of my newer ones, and it's really the lowest pay. She's trying to get some kind of little practice going, family practice, trying to help some kind of way pay, but she really hasn't, and my others don't. Jared LeBranda doesn't, Mary Toussey doesn't, Jason Napoli doesn't, and Sarah Tesovich doesn't. None of them have any kind of outside practice at all. They're all fully dedicated to being prosecutors. And with that, I'd add also that my folks, and I'm sure a lot of the parish employees are the same situation, they wear many hats. Nobody just handles one particular part of work and goes home like this. Somebody would be a misdemeanor prosecutor and also have to handle expungements. Somebody else have to handle public records requests and We all get a lot of those things. I'm sure y'all do too, like this. And so they handle multiple tasks in our office. And the same is true for the staff that puts the work together for us, the trial assistants and everybody else in the office. So that's what my request is regarding ADA pay, and that's what I present to you folks. Any questions, I guess, from anyone?
Any comments from the audience?
The total will be, it's just a little less, 123,455.
The salaries and wages.
Say that number again in the mic.
123,455.
Why they didn't decrease?
No.
That total or salaries?
Is that salaries and wages, or is that total?
Yeah, the salaries. The total I gave you early to 145 was correct.
Okay. So the 145 is correct overall?
Yeah.
255.
Mr. Schultz?
So yes, we met, what, Friday, I think? Thursday. I don't know, one day last week.
Thursday.
So I did run the numbers like I said I was going to do. And I mean, some of these are anywhere from 30-something% increase to almost doubling the lowest paid. I think you said Tamia is her name. And you referenced the parish attorneys and all that, but theirs increase is at most 20%. So, I mean, I right as you've just sat through the care center, like we got to make sure we run our own house and everything to make sure we're in line and have a budget. So I can't, based on the numbers I ran, justify giving 30, I think the lowest was 37% increase. That's after the 3% and 5% that we already voted on. Or 3% that's in here and the 5% that we voted on earlier this year.
Well, I can address that by saying, to me, for example, what currently before the 3%, 5% raises, okay, is 21.5. And the state pays $50,000 for each ADA is the warrant that we get the monies like this. And so that's 71.5. And she works, she handles all the juveniles, child support, a number of other things for the office like this. You can't find an attorney to work for that kind of money. It's impossible like this to get somebody today to do that. I mean, some paralegals make that much, honestly, in big firms that do a lot of good work. And so that's why that was a request. And it's really to get some of the dollars like this that we've been trying to scrounge to find from other sources to be able to supplement and pay. But that's really disappearing. Monies we got for years from things like hot check programs, that is almost zero nowadays. There's no checks. We don't, not many merchants, not many people dealing with checks. We don't get those kind of dollars. And what criminal justice has found, what they try to get away from, is getting the people who are fined, the defendants who go to court to support the operation of things, because most of the time they can't afford anything in the first place like this. And so that's a problem, like to do it. So the supplemental pay that we've been able to do through many years is really disappearing. It's not much money anymore coming in. We obtain grants whenever we can. Two of my people, I know I get state grants for my victim assistance coordinator, Ray Riley, and my domestic violence person, Donna Press, like this. Those grant monies go directly to the council. The council, we get the salary for them, but we get the state monies like this for them, and it gets paid directly to the parish government. So whenever we can, to save bucks, to do anything, we really watch our dollars closely. Every year that I know of in the district attorney's office like this, at the end of the year, there's been typically a sizable amount of money not spent. We want to make sure we have the money to spend, but we don't spend it foolishly or unwisely. We're very good stewards of the money that we have. Only one year that I know of like this, when the all bus came through, problems like this, dollars went down, that we went like this, and we were at the bottom line of our budget that year. And so, but most of the time like this, monies are returned. The criminal court fund, the same thing. End of the year, parish council gets 50%, whatever's in the budget at the end of the year, in the bank account at the end of the year. Monies every year goes to the council like this from it. We could find other things that need it. We always need new computers or something, but we don't. We do what we have to do, and that's where it is. And that's the deal with the thing, with paying and basically what it comes down, as I said, is Title 16, Section 6 is what's reasonable and necessary. what's reasonable and necessary to pay an assistant DA a salary. The state pays $50,000. And what I mentioned in that meeting, I know there's some talk for the state to pay more money, which I'd be all in favor of that. And I know the Police Jury Association and other bodies that represent, that do work for you folks like this, there's some talk about maybe getting the state to pick up more of some of the pay, which is fine. If everybody can convince them to do it, that they'd pay the full amount like this for each assistant DA, it'd be great. But we're not there. We're not there yet. And that's why, that's what it is. And the fact that, Mr. Schultz, the fact that it's that kind of pay, we've been able to survive without it like this for a certain amount of time, but we're getting where we can't. And that person should not have to work like this for the salary of down there. And a parish attorney works for a salary of 120, 130,000, whatever it is, the different amount of money's gone like this. It's just not fair. We're just in the next building.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I can't.
Yes, sir.
But the parish attorney is, you're comparing the newest employee you have to the parish attorney that's been the parish attorney for now 5 years plus experience prior to that. You can't compare, that's not apples to apples. I mean, I'm not saying that Ms. Tamia is underpaid, but at the same time, you're asking for huge increases. I'm not saying that we can't give you some type of increase, but this year, as you can tell, we got to make sure our budget, we got to look out for the residents of the parish. We're already talking, what you say, about 600,000, Mr. Newsom, that we got to take out of the emergency to cover if all these amendments passes. So I'm willing to come up with some type of not compromise, whatever, that we can give you a bottom line increase, and you can determine how you give those raises to your assistant attorneys. But you got to realize where we're coming from, and comparing the parish attorney that's been around for a long time and handling some very high cases to, I don't know what her experience is, but you said she's the newest attorney on your staff. So you can't compare those two. I mean, compare your assistant DA, I think, to maybe, but your first assistant, whatever the technical term is.
Yeah, but I understand. I appreciate that, Mr. Schultz. But she's not new in a sense as an attorney. She's been practicing for a lot of years, and she came to us from another agency, another place where she was working on a thing, and so. And she's at she was at the bottom, so of course it shows the higher percent than anybody else. I mean, my folks, like Jason Napoli, for example, was a prosecutor, major felony things. He was the #1 felony prosecutor in Orleans Parish. But whenever the change of the leadership over in Orleans like this, he was looking elsewhere, and of course tries murders, rapes, everything else. I mean, big stuff like this. And it takes a lot of experience, a lot to do that kind of work. It really does. And I know the parish attorney's office like this, they have to have a good experience as well. We understand that. We appreciate it. When I saw the raise for them, I said, great. They're going to get what they deserve where it is. But even Mr. Napoli, for example, is not where Mr. Burris is. And I can tell you, Jason's got tremendous experience. I've been prosecuting over 40 years now. I've been in court, a lot of courts, with a lot of prosecutors, and he's one of the tops of anywhere. For us to have him here handling a lot of our major felonies and placements is a tremendous, tremendous thing for us to have. It really is good. And so that's the kind of stuff that we're trying to make sure that we can hold on to, that they don't want to go to Jefferson or someplace else. That's what we're after like this, is to try to do that.
Do you have some parishes that are similar size comparison? Like the assistant DA's salaries of, I'm just saying, maybe St. Bernard, or because you can't compare City of New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Caddo to us. I mean, we're just not the same size. So do you have any of that information?
No, I do in a sense, not anything into any kind of reports, but they're all across the numbers. I can tell you that, because it really varies. Some people are full-time, get paid a lot more. Some people are part-time. They do many different ways. It's every office is a little bit different. But they get paid as high as $180,000 in some places. And I know that. I know what they get in some places like this. Because in fact, a few folks like this, they get major felony work in several parishes. and not just one parish. And so they have a retainer basically in about 4 or 5 parishes. Hugo Howland is one of the top, like this, major felony guys in the state. You know, he's tried the Angola 7, all the kind of folks, all the big stuff like this. I think he gets like maybe $300,000 a year from all the different places he works. He's just that good. And that's what we're dealing with, people that can, and believe me, we don't want to. I don't want to lose anybody, and I'm not asking for any kind of dollars like that, not even close to that whatsoever. And it is below what even right next to us like this, what the parish attorneys would be getting as I see the numbers. And I think whatever you're doing there is very reasonable and necessary. And I think we're entitled, of course, the same thing, to be reasonable and necessary to get it. And that's what it's about.
Reverend Edwards?
Yeah, Mr. Schultz answered part of my problem, and Rena, I have sometimes some serious disagreement, but I didn't really like that comparison at all. To me, I thought that wasn't a good comparison. Even you in New Orleans, people in New Orleans, DA should get half the pay just for going into that office because all the insanity that's taking place in New Orleans. I'm like Schultz, willing to come with a compromise, but not for the amount that you're asking.
Okay. Anything else? I'm sorry.
Mr. Champagne?
Mr. Bailey, I appreciate you coming to our office the other day and meeting with us and kind of reading us in on this. And when you were there, you mentioned that the state matches $50,000 per employee, gives you funds to also augment the salaries.
The state pays the warrant. It's called a warrant. That's the term they use. $50,000 per ADA in the state and $55,000 per DA in the state. That's what they pay.
I hope that goes up, like you mentioned. Also, is there any other funding stream that we're not able to see here? Because we're only able to see what we give up. I mean, didn't y'all get money from diversion? Did you still have that program in place?
Diversion creates a few dollars, not a lot, but the diversion rules, the law in that area requires the funds to be spent on the diversion program and on crime prevention programs.
Okay.
You know, Project Lead, for example, we fund, you know, like this. There's a number of things that we fund like this that we don't get any dollars for, that we have to have. And we have to have money available. Criminal Court Fund pays for a number of things. We're dealing with outside witnesses flying in, that sort of stuff we have to do. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't. And so we have to fund a number of those things. Right now, I've just got emails from the sheriff's office dealing with, we buy radar guns. We bought the first laptop computers for units in the cars years ago. We bought a second set after 10 years, and they, of course, needed to be upgraded. And I just got a big request, and they need new radar guns. The radar guns they have are antiquated like this. We bought those for them. And we do know we have traffic problems around here and speeders and everything else we obviously have. And so we do spend monies on those things. Wildlife agents through our wildlife fund, we buy them periodically. We bought them cameras. I'm trying to think what it's called, like a video camera, but there was a name for them, so that they could have them and they can mount them on their T-tops, on their poles, on their boats like this, so they could catch everything on video. Makes a lot better case like this. People throwing oysters over, whatever the violation was like this. So we do a lot of extraordinary things such as that we have to do to keep things right, make it go. And those things are not, we don't come back, because it'd be really very difficult for us to come back to the council each time we think we need, you know, to buy cameras, because the agents need the cameras because their department doesn't get them, and we want better cases. We want to make better cases and win better cases.
Well, I hope you're making prudent choices, because old equipment doesn't mean not effective. I mean, the military flies 50-year-old jets just fine and defends the nation. So if a camera's old, doesn't mean it needs to be replaced, or a radar gun. But again, I'd like to see you spend that money on your own people, or spend it more wisely. Are there any other funding streams that you have that help pay your employees that we're not seeing?
No, our office, as you mentioned, on dollars like this, we collect and get monies. Criminal Court Fund, people pay a fine. 86% goes, make sure I'm doing my math right, to the Criminal Court Fund. 12% goes to the sheriff's office, 12% to the DA's office. And fines have been down. A lot of laws have changed where you really, as I mentioned earlier, getting the defendants to pay for the criminal justice system is just getting to be old thing. there's a lot of cases out there. You can't even do things like this to make people pay fines unless you have a hearing on their ability to pay and all sorts of stuff. So yes, we do get some dollars from that, but it's not nearly what it used to be. It's not there. One, we had years ago 28,000 people here, plus about 10,000 of our itinerant workers with the offshore oil industry. We don't have that anymore like this. As you all know, we have 23,000 people and very few people. Now, the LNG plant, of course we do, but they're in and out, and that's 2-3 years, and that'll be over with. But so we don't have that big extra workforce. So as far as fines and things like this, it's down. It is.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. McCarty.
Hi, Mr. Bally.
Hey, madam.
Mr. Champagne asked along the line of questioning that I'm going to have. So I just have a few extra questions. I'm wondering, is there any other source for revenue? Federal funding, anything like that we could help tap into?
That y'all could help? I mean, we
or that you could tap into?
We look for grants. We go after grants all the time. I know I mentioned the other day at our meeting that when I got in office and our computer system was getting a little outdated, basically our data processing stuff, we were able to latch on to, like this, a $75,000 grant. We had 2 months that we had to implement it. It was some other people that didn't use the monies. And so in 2 months like this, we got new computers. We got all this updated thing for prosecuted by Corpel, the data system. It's a big system all across America now. It's a great thing. 75,000 we were able to get to implement, jumping through a lot of hoops to get it done, and it didn't cost the taxpayers anybody money. And with that question, let me just say that there's something always that a lot of monies that come to the parish here, a lot of things I find with like community block development grant and a lot in American Rescue Plan a couple years ago, it comes to the local government and it comes either to the head of the administration, the parish president, or to the council, and they kind of joined, you might say those two. But it comes like this for the use and benefit of the whole parish, not just for that. So basically, we had to come to the council about 2 years ago and get more money for the criminal court fund, because when monies were down, I think it was COVID year like this. But that money that came from the American Rescue Plan was for the losses we had because of COVID. And our fines, everything was way down like this. And so really, I really think that when some of those things happen, those dollars come in, that some agencies like my office, the district attorney's office, should be involved in a sense of deciding on some expenditures and things, because those dollars are coming for all these different agencies in that parish, not just for the parish, and as I said, and they do it for the matter, it's easier administration-wise to give it to the local government to decide, because the local government's going to know best compared to Baton Rouge or Washington. And so that's how it comes like this. And so those things like this, to me, time and time again, some of those dollars are meant to be for the DA's office, for the coroner's office, for the judges, for different people that are involved. That's what's being sent for. And so that's my point as far as other dollars. There's other dollars that are coming all the time, but we don't see or hear about it.
So that's a good point. Maybe we need to look into that before our next need to get funding from elsewhere as a whole. But let's go back to the reason we're here right now. It looks like the money is mostly for salaries, wages, retirement. Is that correct? That you're asking for right now? You're asking for $144,000?
The benefits go along with any salary. I mean, that's always part of the.
That's what you're asking for right now?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
$144,255.
Yeah, whatever Ms. Rochelle, I know has got the right numbers, I'm sure.
Okay.
I had, without benefits, I had about I had about 108,000, but I mean, I was just quick round numbers math, and I know she's the whiz at this stuff, so I'm sure her numbers are going to be correct.
So what's going to be the result if you don't get the money from us? Can you go elsewhere, and will you have to fire somebody or not hire somebody, et cetera?
Well, we have to, sometimes we don't have to, we can't hire somebody, or sometimes when you have an employee that you lose, you can't hire the person to replace them that you'd want to, because you don't have the dollars to offer there. That happened to me not too long ago with one person. And so, I don't know, it gets to be rather difficult what we do there. And it really depends on how we look in that year with any other monies that might come in by way of fines or anything else. We have to see, and sometimes we really, saying that something's going to get better, we can do it. And, and I do believe that the parish government, and just as I heard Julie say with the care center, you always have to have a cushion there to be able to take care of those things. And sometimes, I hear you guys, and I hear already about the 600,000, whatever it is like this. So there's a reserve, there's some cushion there to do something.
Yeah.
Everybody has to do that to be in business, or you're not going to be in business. That's for sure.
Thank you, I yield.
Mr. Schultz, and bring it on home.
All right, Rochelle, in the back, in the DA's budget, the proposed 1.238 million, that does not include the 5% that we already voted on, correct?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you, Mr. DA, by the time you had that, the 5%, based on this number, you're asking for another 11% on top of what they're already making, your total budget. If we can we say meet in the middle and go 7%, however you want to divide that up between your district attorneys? Is that helpful, or are you staying fast in this 128,000? I'm just asking. Because you got to realize, we just cut CARES funding, which they have a waiting list, and now you're asking for $128,000 more. So, or that's just salaries. So I'm just trying to figure out what are we willing to, I don't want to say make a deal, but compromise. I'm trying to figure out what you're happy with versus what you need.
I appreciate that approach, I really do. I guess I come back to reasonable necessary, and if the parish can fund the parish attorney's office appropriately, and I believe it will be, I think, with the dollars I talked about, we just ask for the same. Like this, that's where we are. And so anything helps. Honestly, we're going to prosecute our cases.
Yeah.
And we're going to prosecute them well. If I had to cut my staff in half, we'd be prosecuting. We'd get some work done. Now, would it be the same par? Probably not, but we'd get it done.
I get what you're saying, but the parish, you bring up the parish legal department again, and they cut their budget in total by roughly 1.1 million. Yours increased by 156, and if we vote for this, that will be 300,000. So, which will actually put y'all almost. So I'm just trying to figure out, like I said, what's the need versus the want, and because if we vote for this, that's 11% plus the 8% that we've already basically worked into there. That's 20% almost of an increase from prior year, and I'm just trying to figure out, and our parish department, the assistant attorneys got 12%. So you're still asking for 20% while our parish attorneys got 12%. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Will 7% on top of that be?
We requested that and typed up that letter. We didn't know about the 3% for 2024. So that could be, coincide with it to take that away. But we weren't aware of the 3%.
Yeah. The dollars that I've asked for includes in other words, as I mentioned in our meeting that day too, the 3 and 5% like this is not going to be above anything that we're asking for at all.
I get that, but if we go from where they're at now to that's a 37% increase in total.
Well, I don't have the numbers to say that's good or bad or is correct or not correct, and I know you know numbers, but anyway, so
I suggest that you make your offer.
Yeah.
Rochelle, how would that work if we would just want to give him a set percent increase and it's up to him how he?
Basically can disperse it any way he wants to anyway. He's
a bottom line number.
Right.
So, what is everybody's thoughts on 8% on top of the?
Which percent you say?
Yeah, that'll be 8% instead of 7%. So 1238020 times the 1.5 that's not included times 0.08. roughly 104,000. So it brings them down about
So what
20,000,
percentage we talking about?
8% on top of,
104,000 brings them down 20?
no, 104 total. Is that, Matt, I'm doing it on my phone up here, now on my tinky.
Down 41.
I thought you said 6 early.
What? Wait, what?
For the ADAs.
Yes.
Yes. I'm just doing it off the total, or I mean, however you want to do it, Rochelle. If you got to do it by add only them and then do the 8%.
Yeah, I was just,
Like I said, I understand what you're trying to do, but at the same time, we just cut the CARES by 25,000 where we aren't funding everything, and we got to make sure, and next year, if forecasts are right, we're going to be in a totally different game with sales tax increase, but until those numbers come in, I just want to be
Well,
cautious.
As you mentioned, and as Ms. McCarty had good questions too on like this, yeah, we can bridge things. We always work to do that. And we'll go try and find other money somewhere. We're always doing that too with the state or anybody out there. And so, and I do hope, as you say, next year, I mean, I think things are looking up, thank goodness, in a lot of ways. We just ask when things like that happen, that we be considered as a stakeholder and invited to those meetings. Do it instead of after the fact and finding out that other things happen. Then, you know, it makes it's just not, it's not good.
Yeah.
To me, it's not good business, you know.
And that's, like I told you, when we met last week, I told you I'll run the numbers and see where we at and all that. So I'm willing to work with you. It's just right now, I don't want to go crazy.
No, and I will say, while I'm having the opportunity of speaking, that the Care Center deserves everything. And we set up the Care Center years ago in our office, because every time we refer people to Orleans and to St. Bernard, places that we had to send them like this, they got a Friday afternoon appointment at 5 o'clock or something. We couldn't get people served in these other jurisdictions at all, and we needed it like this. We have mental health and all the issues down here just like anywhere else. You know, we really do. And that, people don't see it as one of these silent kind of things that takes care of a lot of our problems. People think sometimes it's just the cops on the street, which they do a great job, but the other people doing all the clinician work and all that kind of stuff is really very much needed and takes care of a lot of the problems that we have that would become crimes and things later on if they're not taken care of up front. We see that right a few miles away from here, and that's exactly what happens like this. And so having Julie in her office, that's a great, we use them a lot. All of our people go to them.
Mental health is preventative to criminal action.
Wait for the number.
I only come up with 16,000 just on the salaries. That's why I keep,
I was thinking total for like salaries, benefits, like a total line item.
you doing like the whole department though? Is that what you're doing?
Oh, that's what he was doing.
That's what he's doing. They were just talking about ADAs.
I'm talking about.
He's talking about the whole.
I was talking about just increasing the department, the bottom line.
Oh, because that's why I kept re-adding. I'm like, I don't know where.
I'm doing the whole department. I'm doing the
Bottom line.
personal services. That way he can divide it however he needs.
Gotcha. She thought you were doing 8% of just the AD
No,
salary.
no. I think Mr. Champagne was coming up with 100 in his head, so mine's right on line, so
Okay.
that's optimized there. And then,
We're talking about just increasing this bottom line budget by
But this isn't including the 5%. You included that?
yeah, I included the 5%.
Okay.
We already voted on that.
We are getting close to the end of the tape.
And end of the tape?
Yes, on the recording before we start another tape.
I'm not.
So come on, bring it on home.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not used to that Hollywood kind of work, you know.
Yeah. Smile, you on candid camera.
You can pause it. It's the kind of calculator my dad used.
I'm on 70 again. 70,000.
Yeah, what? Can we just go in your number?
I think
It'd be what it is.
100,000? Okay.
Instead of 145, just 100.
Yeah.
And you can divide up however he sees fit.
Thank you.
And that's including benefits, right? When you said the, yeah, yeah, you got it. Got you. I just want to make sure.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Schultz
Increase in salaries. They can divide it out however.
to increase the salaries of the DA office at 100,000. That's, what is your motion, Mr.?
Bottom line, $100,000 increase.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McCarthy. Any comments from the audience?
Mr. Ballet, thanks for taking care of your employees. But hey, make sure you give me a raise. She deserves it. I lost on the other count with the lawyer, though. But thanks.
Any comments from the table? Administration, machines is open. Reverend Edwards,
I know I'm thinking.
you're not voting?
He's thinking.
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm gonna go.
And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
5 minutes.
We do lunch.
Oh, y'all want to do lunch?
I'm for lunch, Mr.
All right, we'll do lunch. We'll do lunch, and we'll be back at 3. It's 1:30 now. 1:35. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Recess. We'll return from our late lunch break.
If you're ready, we will go to our next amendment, which
Okay.
is the YMCA. In 2023, they received $200,000 from us. As of right now, in the '24 budget, there is no funds budgeted.
To put 200,000 in offer.
YMCA.
What pages in the big book? Yeah, Rochelle, what page?
We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Conovich to add $200,000 for the YMCA. Seconded by Mr. Jurtich. Is there any comments from the audience?
61.
Which page?
From the table, Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, I mean, why are we going straight back to 200,000 while we're cutting other, I mean, what does this pay for?
Port Self and Buras YMCA's plus, unless it got changed, 50,000 went to the Bell Chase administration.
I don't think that's got changed because that hasn't been in our term.
Huh?
That goes to, yeah, that's,
When that?
yeah, so,
It was, the YMCA told me that themselves, unless they changed it this year.
but
Hold on, I'd like to get an answer to that. 'Cause I've never heard of that.
None of this 200,000 goes to the Bell Chase YMCA.
50,000 goes to the lady that runs the Y to look over the Buras and Port Sulphur, plus do the swimming programs. That's what I was told before.
That's part of the budget for providing the services at Port Sulphur and
Port Sulphur and Buras, not Bell Chase.
yeah.
she happens to, maybe she's an employee there, but the money doesn't go to the Bell Chase Lions.
I'll check with Paula to be sure, but
I know it's not.
no.
So you say it goes to funding, but what exactly? I mean, we just got a breakdown of where all the funding's going for the care center, and we cut there. So because I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, what does this money actually go to?
Goes to the programs that the YMCA produce.
Okay, so why doesn't Bell Chase Y get it?
That's two different Ys.
I get that, but I'm getting to the overall question of.
Because Bell Chase, I could go to any other gym and pay a membership, just like they do at Buras and Port Sulphur, but the closest other gym for me to go to is in Belle Chase. Where else do the people down there have it to go?
A gym service is not.
Gym service?
Gym service is not something we have to.
After care, after school care? I don't know all the programs they do, but, yep.
I yield because I just don't see the.
Man, I used to work for the Wild.
Mr. Champagne?
Yeah, I would just like to see how this money is spent. I know we're giving 200,000, and I'm all for it. I mean, I understand they do a lot of good things down there, but at the end of the day, when I've given somebody $200,000, I'd like to see how it's spent. Again, we're cutting other programs, and they're showing us how the money's spent and on very viable programs. And again, we have the Belle Chase Y up here. I know it offers programs. I'd like to see where the people's money goes. I yield.
We can't hear you, Donnie.
No, I was just seeing if they had Jennifer's number where they could call her.
Yeah, I have it.
See what the services are, what they use for the money.
Why don't we skip this one? I'll go, come back to it. I'll go give her a call.
But before you skip, can I just say one thing on it? Because I work for the YMCA, and to go back to the Belle Chase Y was developed sort of like a private Y, and you had the day event, the Port Sulphur, and the Beers. They were separate, and the program they operated was aerobics and all that, and then it was a membership, just like the other one. Now you couldn't use your membership at the other center at the Belle Chase Center. But my position, no matter what you're doing, and I think we discussed this during the summer camp, we should have a list of where this money is going, how it's being spent. That's my only problem with saying where each dollar of that $200 is going to. But I've never, ever heard of the administration getting any money whatsoever when I was at the YMCA for any reason.
All right, the next one is the LSU Ag Center. This is the $29,500 that we give them to supplement a salary.
Can I speak on that?
Well, you got to offer it.
Well, I'll definitely offer that. This weekend, they were that.
Oh, hold up. We have a motion by Reverend Evers, seconded by Mr. Conovich. Reverend Evers.
I support this 100%. It's not a lot of money, but I was just at the marina on last Friday with all the kids for Phoenix High School, from elementary to senior, in addition to the teachers. They did some great education for the kids, took them on a ride on the water. I think this is a great, and then matching funding. They would use this money to match other dollars that they have in order to provide the program throughout Plaquemine Parish for all the schools.
Is there any comments from the audience? From the table?
Somebody did.
Administration?
Michelle.
You did?
Machines open. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 8-4, and Mr. Jurich is step away from the table. Oh, well, can I get, that's good. Yeah, let's go.
Y'all want to go back to the coroner amendment? This is the one where they would like the chief deputy coroner funded in the professional services of $36,000.
Does anybody know what page that is? Thank you.
No.
Oh, wait, that's on 6.
Was it offered?
No. You want to offer? We have a motion
We should at least back them up.
Can we, the administration, have a position on this?
Hold on. We have a motion by Dr. Gui to fund the, is that the deputy
Deputy
coroner
in professional services.
and professional services at the amount of $48.92?
$48,920.
$48,920. We have a motion by Dr. Gui. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Newsom. Any comment from the audience? From the table? You like to hear from the president or
Administration.
Well, first of all,
Dr. Gui?
yeah, there's been some difficulties over the years at the coroner's office. I mean, that's no secret to any of us. And I think what Dr. Wilson's doing here, he wants to get the house back in order the way he wants it, and it's going to be very challenging. And so he has asked for a professional services contract. It's my understanding that he would like to use Mr. Burris, who's retired from Jefferson Parish Coroner's Office, worked for our coroner's office in a consulting capacity, and I think it's a great idea. We can look at it again in a year and see how it works. But I think we ought to give the coroner an opportunity to at least be able to fund what he thinks he needs to get the office back and running so it can better serve all of us when we need him, which I hopefully never will, but one day I will.
So this is just for 1 year?
For 1 year,
And then we're going to revisit?
Well, that's right. I don't have a crystal ball, but I know that I just respectfully ask us to help the coroner out in this situation.
Is there any more comments from the table? Administration?
You still want
Yeah.
to hear from me?
Yeah.
I'm basically, it's what Dr. Gui is saying, because I've spent I'm 10 and a half months right now in this position, and we've had to answer phone calls, and we've had to kind of direct people that are looking for their death certificates and kind of guide folks through the process. Our coroner's office right now is non-existent. Okay, and I truly believe, and look, you guys know that Anthony and I spend a lot of time with each other, you know what I'm saying, throughout the day. And I've literally have seen Anthony spend not minutes dealing with the coroner's office. I've seen him spend hours dealing with the coroner's office. I've seen him walk away from events to answer questions on the coroner's office. And this has been not just this year, but he's been doing this for quite a while. It's because he is the face of the coroner's office, it seems, for Plaquemines Parish, and it seems to be that even the workers for the coroner's office know that they can lean on him to guide them in a good direction. Anthony was the CEO of Jefferson Parish's coroner's office. So basically, the coroner is a figurehead. Like the coroner of Jefferson Parish, a figurehead. You had a CEO, you have other doctors that are doing the autopsies who are signing off on the, these are just positions that by statute, by the state, we have to have, and we have to fund these positions. So I'm like Dr. Gui. I think it's something that we really need to do. This government is turning things around. And this is just one more aspect of Plaquemines Parish government that I think we can kind of see a good positive direction.
I'm thinking about what you said, and usually those those couple of words don't go together. When you say coroner and walk away, I usually don't go together. Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, you talked about the coroner's office. If somebody would call me, looking for, where is their office? Where do we have them set up?
Just at the last meeting, we did a resolution. We're going to have them in Building 100. When you come in, there's the first two offices to the left. So now, if someone needs to find the corner, we'll be able to say it's Building 100 at the government complex. So
So what happened to over there?
we're going to be moving EMS over there because we have bathroom facilities. We have facilities to where we can have living quarters, so at night that they can, yeah.
Any more comments? Machines open? And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. We'll move to the next item, please.
The next one, we'll go back to the YMCA. You got answers? Yes. Okay.
So I pulled the CEA, and I will say that the CEA with the YMCA has generally been pretty generic. It says the YMCA will provide services and programs to the residents living in the vicinity of Buras and Port Sulphur, regardless of their ability to pay. The Belle Chase YMCA will honor memberships from the Buras and Port Sulphur YMCA for residents of South Plaquemines Parish as well. The YMCA will strive to continuous improvement, offer residents the highest quality services and programs, in keeping with their other programs and principles. And they shall also be responsible for the day-to-day management and operation of all senior citizen, youth, recreational, fitness, swimming pool activities, and other community enrichment services offered at the PPG-owned community centers in Buras and Port Sulphur. So the CEA is written in very general terms. There is an audit provision in here, so the council at any time could have audit them or could choose to audit them and look at their books a little closely if they want. But essentially, it's a grant. We give them $50,000. If you all want to audit and review it at some point, that's fine. The CEA, we could make the CEA a little more narrowly tailored on for the next fiscal year if you all, choose to do that. But we would really be dependent on them to tell us what all, we get for that book, and once those bucks, and as I said, you all could audit it at any time, or, we could take a harder look at it. But the $200,000 would be consistent with what we've done and to my knowledge, the last decade, I think.
What are their operating?
Okay,
guys.
Can we get a motion in a second?
Motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Konovich, seconded, and what is your motion, Mr.?
200,000.
200,000 for the YMCA, and seconded by Mr. Juritage. Mr. Juritage.
Yes, also in the phone call just now, it does supplement the memberships to keep it affordable for the citizens down here, because there's a lot of lower income families down there. She said if she had to make it, to where it would be more efficient to run itself, she'd have to raise those membership fees that people wouldn't be able to afford it. So that's pretty much the way she said it. But she did read the CEA to me as well, and I thank you for reading that, Rennie.
Yeah, and if you guys want to tighten up the CEA, you can all appropriate the money now. The parish president and I will commit to you all if we want to make this a little more narrowly tailored or ask that they submit a quarterly report. I'm sure we can do that for you guys if that's what y'all are telling us y'all would like us to do.
Mr. McCarty?
I was just going to ask what their operating budget is. Oh, 350?
I don't have their total budget. He has it.
So they must be getting grants from something?
They do have. They raise their own money.
Oh, they charge a fee. Okay.
Plus there are some folks that do pay dues to be a member of the Y.
Okay.
But all parish employees get to go to the Y for free.
All right.
Mr. Champagne?
Yeah, I'd like to know what the provisions are for the low-income personnel down there to be supplemented, because up here in Belle Chase, we have some low-income families as well who cannot afford to go to our YMCA. I'm fully in support of the Ys at the low end of the parish, but I would like the same courtesy to be provided for our low-income families in this end of the parish. I have several in District 2 who cannot afford to go to the YMCA. So to answer your question, Mr. Buras, about having tighter provisions, yes, I want them. And I would like to extend that courtesy to the people of the northern end of the parish while taking care of the people in the lower end of the parish and on the East Bank side of the river as well. I yield.
Mr. Schultz.
So, follow-up. Employees get to use the YMCA, but only down there, correct? They can't just go to Belle Chase YMCA for free.
Go to Belle Chase Y?
Go to Belle Chase.
No, we can't.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
That's when, okay, that's changed. That's changed, because, okay, and then the other thing is, if you're a member of Belle Chase Y, can you go use the YMCA down there? Because I was told that you cannot.
At first, Belle Chase could go to any of the Ys, but any of the Ys couldn't go to Belle Chase until we changed it last year, the
Okay.
year before.
Like I said, it's just like Mr. Champagne said, there's people in my district that can't afford the Y in Belle Chase, so I would like to see it cleaned up and whatever. At the same time, like I said, we cut some other funding to different
I do remember from previous budget hearings, there is a rate sheet that shows you what the discount is based on this supplement. I don't have it with me, but it's certainly in writing and an adopted policy. It's not, some free-floating discount. It's an adopted policy.
From the
Mr.
Y.
Newsom?
The YMCA does that, not us.
So, question I have, and I don't know if anybody has an answer, but I'll use my address, 114 Gondrella Drive, that's in Belle Chase. I'm low income. Can I go join the Burris or the Port Sulphur Y?
Yeah.
And once I join that Y and I get reduced membership, am I entitled to use the Belle Chase Y?
Yes, but not every day.
Yes. The CEA is currently written that you're entitled to use the Belle Chase Y, that they would honor that.
But not every day of the week. I think they
Well-
had so many days you could go.
Here it is right here. If you go on their website, their full service membership fees and daily rates are on there. A monthly draft of $10 for youth, $23 for family, $37 for a family, and seniors 60 plus and over pay $20 a month. Daily rate for youth is $3 and daily rate for adult is $7. I guess I could pull up the Belle Chase Y to see what their rates are, but those are the rates for the Burris Y that's published on their website.
So my suggestion from Mr. Champagne and Mr. Schultz is folks that go join that Y and you can use the Belle Chase Y. Am I saying that correctly? That's what sounds like happening. If I live in Belle Chase, I go join membership and I have a low income and I live in Belle Chase or wherever, and I join and I get to use these other facilities. Is that correct? Am I saying that correct? Because I want to be open and honest with the public. Am I right? There's your problem about joining the Y. There's the answer.
But if you was a member of Burris, you can't use it, Belle Chase 7 days a week. You can only use it, I forget how many days, but you couldn't use it every day.
You got it, the Belle Chase rates, yeah.
The Belle Chase rates, which I have on y'all screens, or family membership, $84 a month, individual, $55 a month.
That's fine.
No, I do understand the Belle Chase Y does charge, I do. As you probably can't tell, but I am a member. I can't tell.
Reverend Edwards?
Yeah, again, Mr. Newsom, the Belle Chase Y was built different, and I think they have a sort of separate charter than other Y, because I think it was ConocoPhillips, somebody built that Y, and they merged into the Y, but I think their charter is a little different than the one in Port Sulphur and Burris and East Bank when we was a part of the member. So I don't know if we can just say that. I think something to look into. I don't know if we have the legal ground to say that Belle Chase have to honor that. Are we giving the Belle Chase Y money?
No, we don't. It
See,
just
I don't think we give them any money.
Yeah, we don't give them.
They was built with private dollars, and they come under the YMCA because of the program, but they're sort of like a private Y just under the Y. So I don't know why what we're saying is very noble. I don't know if we have the legal authority.
The issue is it's about numbers, right? The Belle Chase Y offers a ton more programs than are offered down the road. And so, if we do what Mr. Ronnie is suggesting some people could do, that program in Belle Chase would cease to exist. It's dependent upon those monthly, whatever they charge. They're just extending the benefit. If you're in Belle Chase, they'll accept you and you can participate in those programs.
Dr. Gui.
Belle Chase Y is a branch of the Greater New Orleans YMCA, and we have a charter based on that. For us to sit here without really knowing what the policies are, I don't think we need to do that. But if anyone's interested, we can call the YMCA, say, what are your policies? I'm a member of, Burris or Port Sulphur. What are the policies? But for us to sit here and say what the policies are is an injustice to us and to them because we don't know. Why speak of something we don't know about? Let's just say it's something you can look into if you like. There are provisions for the Ys in Port Sulphur and Burris to utilize the Belle Chase facility, and I'm sure it's vice versa. But I don't know what they are. I don't think anyone in this room knows what they are. So can we just move on?
No, doctor, that's why I asked the question. I don't know.
Mr. Newsom?
No, that's exactly why I asked the question, because I did not know. And I did say in the beginning that people might not have the answer to this, but that was, and I know you're right, the Belle Chase Y does offer a lot of programs. But again, we got low income residents from throughout the whole parish as well as everywhere. So I was just trying to see how we can best service all residents of Plaquemines Parish. With that, I yield.
Mr. Champagne?
I'm for supporting this, but I'm also a bit upset that the representative from the YMCA is not here, expecting that you're going to get a grant just because that's the way it's always been for the past decade. That's unfortunate. I think the people at the low end of the parish deserve better representation than that. And with that in mind, since it's apparently not that important, not that big of a deal, I would offer 175. That's where I'm at. I yield.
She said she didn't know about it. I don't know, but I'm not going with 200,000.
Happens every year.
I'll make a call for.
I offer an amendment for 175,000. This happens every year, same time, same place. To say you don't know, I don't accept that. I yield.
We have a motion by Mr. Champagne to amend it to 175,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schultz. Is there any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open. Reverend Edwards? Ms. McCarty? And the amendment failed. 5 against, 4 for. So we'll go back to the original amendment. I
hit the wrong one, by the way. But
It's a budget amendment.
We go back to the original with Mr. Konovich of 200,000.
I was going to say nay, but
Could you clear it? We go back to the original motion by Mr. Konovich for 200,000. The machines are open.
I know it's confusing.
And the measure passed 7 for, 2 against. We'll move to the next item, please.
The next one we have is, I never put in that loan interest number. You may. This is to pay for the loan interest. What was it? We didn't, okay. We forgot to make the object codes because they're new. But this is for the loan that is due in 2024 on the hurricane recovery loan and Department of Natural Resources. We got the pay schedules after the books came out. So we have to, we need to budget for that. And the total of this is $942,800.
Offer.
But earlier, we did vote on an amendment to
We
increase.
voted on what?
That was the revenue side.
570.
Yes, that's going to offset this.
All off.
Okay, this is for the,
This is the expense side.
interest, 2024 interest due on the Hurricane Recovery and Department of Natural Resources of the amount of $942,800.
I'll offer it.
Who offered?
I did.
Who? Okay, we have a motion by Reverend Evans, seconded by Mr. Schultz. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open. And it passes unanimously, 9-0. 900-some thousand dollars, we don't debate. 200,000, we all get.
Next five are district council budgets. It was proposed to bring all the budgets down to a $6,000 operating capital outlay budget. So District 1 is going to be decreased by $5,440. District 4 is going to increase by $2,534. District 5 will decrease by $6,050. District 7, $1,080. And y'all won't have this when I did it during the break, is District 9. His will increase by $2,000.
I offer all of them. Could do them all together?
You can do them in Globo, but they'll each have their own number. Kim.
It's good, Michelle. We're making all of them the same amount?
Yes.
Okay.
I offer
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Konovich. Any comments from the audience?
I'm sorry, I was trying to listen.
From the table? Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, really quick. Like I said, this just makes us all equal across the board. Mr. Edwards, I know you had a good point earlier in this process of if we put the travel into the council, who's controls. So that's why I changed it to 6,000 across the board, and that way you can control your own budget. So with that, I think we should just all be equal across the board.
Any comments from the administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. Next item, please.
Next, these two go together, next to the President's Office and the Grants Department. We are moving out the Grants Department, separating it into its own. So on the grants, when you're gonna, it incorrectly said safety, because when I removed the formula, it just defaulted to safety. So the total on that one's 197,500, and the President's total is a decrease of 179,500.
Take them both.
So, why?
On the white,
I'm just trying to figure out why.
this is a formula over here, and when I took out that number, this is a lookup table over here, and it just kind of must have defaulted to safety, and I didn't catch it until today.
So should it be different amounts?
It should be grants.
No, I'm talking about the amount.
No, the totals are not different.
I have one at 197,500 and the other was 139,500.
That's what I said, huh?
$20,000 difference.
Right.
Line 6.
But I had to give the grants department some operating budget because they were using
Okay.
their supplies and everything.
I got you. All right.
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Newsom. Is there any comments from the audience? From the table?
Are we taking these together?
Absolutely, and Globo.
Yeah, again, Michelle, why are we doing this again?
It's just to separate, right now, the grants department was always just included in the president's department, and a council member asked to separate them.
Okay.
Don't want to keep spending all that.
I think it just better tracking what's being spent for grants versus just
Okay.
overall. That's why.
Any more comments from the table? Administration? Machines are open.
It's working now. I don't know what that was all about.
And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. Next item, please.
The next one is for the Civil Service Department. They are asking for an extra $20,000 for legal services since Mr. Scandura passed. They're going to have to start paying a full-time attorney.
Because we set ours at 6,000. You didn't have one, remember?
Andorra did it.
Yeah, but I went to a,
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Reverend Edwards.
what's, I'm sorry.
Ms. Lambert, could you please come to the podium?
Good afternoon, everyone. Rochelle Lambert, Civil Service Director. I'm requesting, originally we were at $25,000. Our budget has always been $25,000. It's reduced to $10,000 based on the submission of invoices for our attorney, Victor Pappy. He hasn't submitted all of his invoices for this year. We've also started utilizing the Coleman firm to replace Mr. Scandura, who passed away. He was pro bono. So Rachel from the Coleman firm, she's usually for the appellant when we have hearings. So we'll be using her services as well. We have used $2,700 this far from the Coleman firm. Right now, previously it was at $200, and they reduced it to $0. So she's been billing, and the bill so far has been $2,700 for this year. And again, for the legal services for our attorney, who is required by law for the Civil Service Department, is $25,000, and they've reduced that down to $10,000.
When you say they reduced it to 10, who's they? Is that the government? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Is
I
that,
guess we did when we were trying to balance the budget because they didn't have that high of expenditures at the time.
okay. So you are asking for this full $20,000 for the member, Ms.
Back in, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any comments from the audience? Ms. McCarty?
Oh, my pen.
Okay. Any comments from the table? Administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously.
Thank you.
The next one is the Buildings Department. They were like $340,000 for the replacement of air conditioners.
For the replacement of what?
Air conditioners?
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll
I have a
motion.
motion by Mr. Jurgens, seconded by Reverend Evans. And that is to replace the air conditioner of how much?
$340,000.
$340,000. Is there any comments from the audience? From the table, Ms. McCarty?
Mr. DeMarco, on the line of a question I had earlier, if we had someone who could install this, could we purchase an air conditioner cheaper than what an air conditioning company could and possibly save money if we had internal employees to do this type of work? Like purchase it on a government contract?
That I don't have the answer to. I'll find that answer out, but we're purchasing them through a certified AC technician, which gets them wholesale anyway. I don't have the answer as far as if we could purchase them on government contracts cheaper.
Okay, so we don't pay a markup to this service provider for installing?
Not that I'm aware of, no ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was trying to find out. Thank you.
And
These has to be built, right?
I'm sorry?
They have to be built?
No, I grabbed this figure based on
what I came to the council for earlier this year. This was just an arbitrary figure I grabbed based on the numbers we've spent this year. This is just a number I came up with based on an earlier ordinance. It may be more, it may be less, but considering the year we've had, this probably is about an average number.
Mr. Champagne?
Yeah, that was the answer to the question I had, is where was this dedicated towards certain buildings, or this was a projection for what you expect during this current year?
Correct, correct.
Any more comments from the table? Administration, machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. Next item, please.
Next one is for the prom department, professional services general, increase of 90,000, and that is for grass cutting services.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Newsom, seconded by Mr. Juritic. Is there any comments from the audience? From the table?
Yeah, can you explain this one to me again? I'm sorry, I'm missing what's going on here.
This is for professional services in the prom department for grass cutting.
Okay.
Any more comments from the table? Administration, machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously.
The next one is the Buras Bow Harbor, professional services, 100,000, all waste disposal.
Need a motion? We have a motion by Mr. Konovich, seconded by Mr. Juritic. Is there any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration?
Yes.
Who?
Just one thing on this. It's under Buras Boat Harbors, but we can use it for any of the harbors. This year we had 4 spills, which came to about 75,000. And the reason I wanted this in the budget is because the Coast Guard requires us to mobilize and move on these spills almost immediately. They want to see results within hours, not days or weeks, that it would take to actually pass an ordinance. So it's important that we have the money in the budget so we can act as quickly as the Coast Guard wants us to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Machines are open?
No,
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure, based on what Mr. DeMarco say, that instead of being Buras, to say both harbor.
I just picked a harbor to put it in. All
Good.
these harbor
Okay.
budgets are tied together.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comments from the table? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. Next item.
The next one is for the library department, and this is to replenish all the funding for their department that we had to remove to make the budget balance. So this is 419,000. $419. When, this is what I was saying earlier, their ad valorem tax is not enough to cover what they need to operate when they submit their budget. So we've had to do this the past 2 years, basically remove everything, and then they had to use their fund balance to replenish the funding. We are now, as people retire or leave, we're not going to fill those positions in the library fund until we get it to a normal operating cost.
Do I have a motion? Motion by Reverend Edwards, seconded.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Konovich. Is there any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines are open.
31.
And the measure passes unanimously.
This is for the
9-0.
library fund also. This was just in the financial administration department. Same thing as the last one.
419?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 32,500.
$32,500.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a motion? By Mr. Reverend Evans, seconded by Mr. Konovich. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration. Machines open. And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. Next item.
The next two are for solid waste, and it's basically the same concept. Their ad valorem tax wasn't enough to cover what they need to operate, but they have a $4 million fund balance, so they have plenty to cover what they need.
Okay,
If you want to take those two together,
we'll take them in globo. We have a motion by by Mr. Schultz, seconded by Mr. Juritage. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines open. And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0.
give me one sec. Yeah. All right, this one, John was here earlier, Helmers. Did he talk to y'all before he left? I'm kind of confused on what he needs now. When we had a meeting on Friday, do you just want to do the capital improvement one now and he can do this one later, or?
Yeah, he did talk to me.
He did?
I'm also confused based on our conversation from last week, that you were on, President Hinckley, myself. I'd rather just for the now do capital improvements and then we can revisit the maintenance later once he can explain what's going on there, because
Okay.
that was my understanding when we left that meeting. Do you agree? Yeah, about that project, and now he's saying he still needs to make the maintenance, but it's in his budget, but he's saying that's not enough. So,
We can address it later on.
yeah, I offer with just the capital.
Well, the next one will be the capital improvement one.
Okay.
That's a different amendment.
Oh, okay. Then,
Okay, the next one will be a capital improvement amendment for levee repairs, Ironton, Myrtle Grove, non-federal. It's for $100,000, bringing the total project cost up to $200,000, and the funding source is general fund.
Do I have a motion? I'll offer it.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Schultz. Any comment from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines open.
You can ask us even. It's just a budget hearing.
And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0.
The next one is capital improvement project for upgrade the quad fields for $50,000, funding source general fund.
I'll offer for discussion.
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz for discussion, seconded by Mr. Champagne. Mr. Schultz?
So, yeah, this was brought up by Mr. Witchers, where we can come up with a plan to get the bleachers and sunshade, correct, to finish up that part of the quad. We can do it now, but we want to have a plan before the first of the year where we're not trying to figure this out as baseball season approaches. If y'all want to move on now or discuss it more, or I'm open to whatever everybody wants to do. I mean, I understand it's a sore subject for some people behind it, but I told Mr. Witchers I'll just put it on there under my name for the time being for discussion where we can come up with a plan on how to solve the problem. I yield.
So we built a $7 million project and we don't have bleachers?
Correct.
Ms. McCarty?
Is it possible to look for grants for this? Do you think they fall under that category?
So I can tell you, since we've been here and the quad opened earlier this year, all of those discussions have been had and nothing came from any of it. We've had vendors that have said we're going to do certain things and none of it ever came to fruition. The position we're in now is before we roll around into the next baseball season and we're still hoping and wishing for these people to come together, we know we need to do something. And if that just means starting with one bleacher in front of one field, we have to make the effort to do something. All year long, we've depended on finding grants or finding private vendors or private citizens or private companies to donate and do it, and it just never happened. So before it becomes a nightmare and you all are getting calls for it or against it, you're going to get calls. We just want to start the ball rolling so we can keep progressing and get something done. The fields themselves, the parking lot, it's huge improvements from the way it was in January when we inherited it. So things are moving forward with that quad. We still have a lot of skeptical people in the public that don't care for it, think it was a waste of money. We have a lot of people that think it's the greatest thing ever. So we're just trying to move forward and keep the ball rolling, no pun intended, to just move in the right direction.
Mr. Champagne. Oh, I'm sorry. You still?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Ms. McCarty.
Lost my train of thought. Okay, so how many bleachers would 50,000 purchase?
No.
Two.
Two.
Mhm.
So much, okay. Okay, and do we have professional ball coming or travel ball?
We've had travel ball teams inquire about practicing on and playing, but three things we do have on the books already. We have a private adult softball league called NOLA Softball that has came to the table with us numerous times, sat down, and wants to start getting something in writing. They've been renting the field just like anyone else can do for adult softball games for their league. They came from Orleans Parish for numerous reasons. So that's one win we got. We got them locked down. They're pretty much waiting on us as an admin to give them paperwork. We have Edna Carr High School, who is committed to playing all of their high school softball games there. And now we have Xavier University, who wants to bring their softball program there. We're almost to the position now where we're not going to have enough days in the week for them all to come play. So now we are still using rates that's based on old antiquated fields. We'll have to address that at some point as well to make sure we're getting a fair market value for our product. So it's looking good for the quad.
Mr. Champagne. Put them on. Okay.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Witches, for that explanation. But again, I think Mr. Carlton LaFrance, you said we spent a lot of money and got a feel it's not done. It's like buying a car with no wheels. That's essentially what we did. And we need to buy the wheels for this thing so it can start generating revenue. And I know it's a point of contention for some folks, and I get it. But right now we have this car with no wheels. We need to put some wheels on it, get it generating some revenue, and then take that revenue and reinvest in our recreation programs throughout the parish. Get this thing going and start generating some revenue. I yield.
Mr. Newsom.
Yes, and Mr. Wisher, you spoke on it, and I was going to ask, so no fees have been set up for these organizations that you talked about?
No new specific fee for that quad. We're using the existing baseball facility fees for the quad.
Which are?
Basically $100 an hour.
Okay. Are you guys coming up with something?
Per field, correct?
Yeah, that's per field. Yeah, that's not the whole quad. That's per field.
Okay. All right, and that revenue goes, where does that revenue go to?
Recreation,
General fund, huh?
but under
General fund?
Recreation Department.
It goes to the recreational general fund, is that where it goes, that's what you're telling me?
No, just the general fund.
Goes to
The
the
recreation
general
is
fund,
funded from the general fund. There is no
Recreation
separate
funds.
recreational funding source.
Okay, that's all I had, thank you.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, my concern was, and maybe similar to Mr. Newsom, I was wondering because these other organizations was involved in, whether you're looking at them to donate toward this, but you're saying you enter other agreement with them, because I was wondering could they contribute something toward this $50,000?
And actually, some of these teams are willing to, because we have issues with the outfield fences for example, right? Every quad field has a set 315-foot outfield fence, but their rules might require a 200-foot outfield fence. We've told them, hey, look, we don't have the fence. We can't afford to buy a fence and put it up for you. You either have to play like it is, or you have to bring your own fence, and it becomes Plaquemines Parish asset at that point. And verbal conversation, they're willing to do that. They like it so much and or trying to get away from where they are. They're almost willing to do whatever it takes to make their field their field. So it's going to be a win-win.
And, you know, Commissioner Patty brought up the fact of fundraising, so I was just wondering, since these organizations are committed, and I don't know the legality of just where it's saying because we need to update, we need to get more bleachers, if we'd have a fundraiser where y'all help participate in. So that was just some thoughts I had.
Mr. Schultz.
So, I mean, do we want to vote on it now and be done with this, or?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll offer for a vote at this point.
I had a question first.
Oh, go ahead.
Donovich.
Since we got all these people wanting to rent it, when does our recreation department get to use it?
Same, so far, we've been probably more lucky than good, but the schedule has no conflicts in it working with our recreation department or any of these other leagues.
Oh, we have a motion by Mr. Schultz to move forward, seconded by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines open? And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0.
The last
Well,
project.
hold on, Rochelle. Can I go back and ask a question on the Helmers, on the coastal zone situation? I know we had a maintenance and then we had a capital outlay, Rochelle?
We had a capital project, and
Capital-
that's what I kept, was the
Okay.
capital project, because when he was talking the other day, it sounded like that's where he needed the money.
Okay.
But then today, he said he needed funds for levy inspections.
Okay, and I just want to put the bug in your ears, guys, and Patty, is the fact that where we are in life today when it comes to our levy inspections, we are caught up, and all of the reports have been filed and are in place, and we have been making the levy repairs throughout the year and continue to do the levy repairs. So that is that side of the monies right there. So just give it some thought when we do come back to you. It has been a very positive direction that we've been going in when it comes to those funds right there. And that's both East Bank and West Bank.
Since you called me out like that, I just think there's some more rock and shell could be on the East Bank levee. And when you come from the ferry on down, they got so many cracks, and I think Bill and I had that conversation, talk about the heat caused it, but there's a problem. And it's still that area between the White District and Phoenix. I still think we're looking getting some kind of shells.
I think after this rain event that we're going through, we'll be able to take and do another levee inspection and see, because we're being told that once the rain comes, it's going to close those gaps up. And look, we have those gaps. There's a lot on the West Bank, and we've seen them on the East Bank as well there. So
I was wondering about the drought effect on the levees.
a serious effect.
Okay, we'll move to the next item, please.
The next one is a capital improvement amendment for upgrade Cypress Parks, $75,000 funding source general fund. And from what I understand, this is to repair the restrooms.
What's the total on that one, Rochelle?
75,000.
So
I'll offer for discussion.
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Champagne for discussion. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration?
So Cypress Park is all of the baseball playground area right up on Aber Boulevard, right outside the complex down the street here. For years, those permanent restrooms, which is 4 of them, have been a disaster. It's not only that they're dirty and been vandalized, it's mechanical, they tore down, the doors have been kicked in, toilets broken, they need major renovation, if not replacement. One of the first issues we took a lot of punches for this year was the condition of that facility and site. They did have portable toilets out there, but portable toilets didn't provide hand washing or hand sanitizing. We didn't have anything for handicapped or any kind of ADA requirements. So we stepped up and increased portable toilet cost substantially, right? We did come into compliance by providing that, but at some point we have to decide, is that what we want to be, right? Do we want to be known as the one with a bunch of portalets out at the park? We had the facilities. They went down for whatever reason. So that's what this is for. If we want to get that stuff renovated and keep us in compliance with federal government guidelines and rules, that's what we have to do. If not, we can keep them barricaded and blocked off and try to at least stay legal and compliant by using portalets and portable handicap toilets and portable hand wash stations, but that gets expensive. And we're going to end up costing as much paying for rental portalets as if we would renovate the buildings.
Mr. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Witcher. You answered one of my questions about the cost of portalets versus fixing the bathroom. The other thought is, would there be enough money in this to put up some vandalism-proof security cameras, so if somebody tries to do this again, we know who they are?
Yeah, there's cameras out there today. They work great.
Okay, thank you.
Enforcement is the issue, like every other situation we have. It's all about enforcement. We have zero enforcement capabilities. We depend on the sheriff's office for that.
Mr. Jurtich.
Yeah, I think Ms. McCarty kind of asked the question. Mine was going to be, who's going to keep them clean? That's the problem. I know down at the Rex Field, down in Burris, we got multiple complaints about how people just go in there and they don't clean up. And, that's one thing about you need it. I understand to be in compliance, but how are we going to keep it clean? And you're going to have a maintenance person go in there and clean it periodically. That's the only concern I have. I know we need it and I'm for it, but we're just going to have to try to do a better job of keeping up with them.
We do that through leadership. We agree. Yeah, somebody's got to follow up on it.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Witch has answered my question with respect to cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Edwards.
Well, two things. I thought this problem was only on the east bank of the river because it was horrible. And because I talked to Bobby them about,
It was horrible, right?
Yeah, about the problem. And what happened is, I think having somebody to clean it, having it locked at a certain time is key. You got to set a certain time to lock it. When we started doing that, we started noticing a difference by having a staff person to open it and close it, making sure that you have somebody would open at a certain time and close it at a certain time. That helped a little bit.
Any more comments from the table? Administration? Machines open.
Well, it was for discussion only. We want to go ahead and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll offer for vote.
We have a motion by Mr. Schultz.
Second.
Seconded by Reverend Edwards. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines is open. Dr. Gui, step away from the table. And the measure passes unanimously, 8-0.
The last one we have is to transfer funds from the designation for emergencies to the unreserved and designated.
Is the DA's $6,000?
Oh, I didn't have that one up front.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
You want?
He has a software upgrade, correct, Mr. Ballet? You need a software upgrade and for $6,000 for your system?
It's for computer maintenance. It's our account on the thing, the accounting number section is 28.315. We had budgeted, we requested 11,000, found out that the maintenance of the software for cyber security stuff, instead of 11,000, it would be 17, it was 13,000 for that part. The total thing is going to go from 11,000 to 17,000. So it was a request of $6,000 more for that particular item number.
I mean,
I'll offer
Second.
You offering
$6,000 for
$6,000?
It's added to 28.315 is the account number on the budget item that we
We have a
have.
motion by Mr. Schultz, seconded by Reverend Evans. Any comments from the audience, from the table, administration? Machines are open. And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0.
Thank you for staying it up. I forgot about it, Mr. Ballet.
You finished? You finished, Mr. Ballet?
Okay.
Which one?
Michelle, we through?
We got one more.
One more.
We got a.
Okay,
I don't have any
we're
more.
roughly around 700,000, a little bit more than that, over right now,
715.
715. So what amount do y'all want to transfer from emergencies?
Million.
So say that again?
$1 million.
The unreserved and designated is negative right now, about 715,000, with all the amendments that have been adopted today. So y'all need to transfer funds from the designation for emergencies to replenish what we've taken from, make it whole again.
What's
But
an
y'all
emergency?
can pick a number on what y'all want.
What's our?
Million.
What's in emergency?
Million?
9.6
Six.
is in emergencies.
We can replenish the emergencies when the rollover happens next year and bring it back up to 10 again.
Kind of like we did this year.
So $1 million?
That way we don't have to do it later.
So what are your suggestions? Michelle?
They've decided $1 million.
That'll give us what, about 275,000 roughly in the undesignated. That way we don't have to go into emergency.
Right.
Rochelle, from your experience, is that a good number? I mean, you've got more experience probably than anybody in the room.
That's about what I was thinking, somewhere between 250, 350, somewhere, I just didn't know how high y'all wanted to go, if y'all wanted to make it 500 or whatever. But this is where we normally do put it, somewhere between the 2 to 300.
Yeah, $1 million would put it at roughly 285.
That should be fun.
And that's normally where we pretty much put it, enough for y'all can get started at the beginning of the year,
I'll offer.
Second.
How are you going to word this, Mr. Konovich?
Want to transfer $1 million from the emergency fund to the undesignated fund.
We have a motion by Mr. Konovich, seconded by
Reverend Edwards.
Reverend Evans. Any comments from the audience? From the table? Administration? Machines open.
At 4.
And the measure passes unanimously. That's the end?
That is all we have, unless
it?
y'all have something else y'all would like to address.
How long before we get it ready for us?
What about, I think we got a little meeting after this. So we are finished?
Yeah. Can you give us about 5 minutes?
Okay,
To
so,
get the ordinance?
Yeah.
See, because we have to get the ordinance to y'all for y'all to vote on.
okay, so are we gonna recess or are we gonna adjourn?
That is up to y'all. We can recess
We're gonna
today.
adjourn. So we're
We
gonna,
can,
that's a different, yeah. So we're gonna adjourn. and-
yes.
Okay, so we'll have adjournment for the 2024 proposed operating budget for the government of Plaquemine Parish at 4:21. We have a motion by Mr. Newsom, seconded by Mr. Schultz. Any comments from the audience, from the table, administration? Machines are open. Reverend Edwards? And the measure passes unanimously, 9-0. We have adjournment at 4:21 p.m.